The desert is black with silence. Only the stars burn overhead, sharp points of fire set into a vast cold dome. Around a small rise of sandstone, a circle gathers. Faces remain half hidden by shawls, voices low and hurried. A single fire smolders, fed not by common wood, but by resinous juniper branches, chosen because the smoke is believed to sting the nostrils of evil. A chant begins. First one voice, then another, rising and breaking like wind over rock. They are not praying to the holy people, not tonight. They are demanding, calling something older, something dangerous. One figure steps forward. He carries a bundle tied with animal sinew. Inside, barely glimpsed as the bundle shifts, are the unmistakable gray strips of coyote pelt. He lays them on the ground, as if setting down a burden that does not belong to him. The chanting tightens, syllables sharp. Someone rattles a gourd filled with bone fragments. The air grows thick, a smell of dust and ash clinging to skin. To watch is to feel the edge between human and not human blurring. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The desert holds its breath. Coyotes cry in the distance, their voices uncannily close. The figure kneels, draws a knife across his palm, and drips blood onto the pelt. The others do not recoil. They lean closer. Because this is how power is courted, through risk, through the violation of balance. And balance, to the Navajo, is the sacred core. That core is called hoju, a word meaning harmony, beauty, and rightness. To live in hojo is to walk correctly through the world. Yet every harmony has its shadow. Tonight's ritual is not about healing. It is the crossing of a line, a step into antihni, witchcraft, a deliberate twisting of sacred ways into their opposite. The Navajo world of the 19th century is marked by both resilience and fracture. After the long walk of the 1860s, when U.S. soldiers forced thousands of Navajo east to Bosque Redondo, a barren reservation in New Mexico, the people returned to their homeland with scars both physical and spiritual. Some families had lost livestock, crops, even clan lines broken by starvation and exile. In such times of stress, accusations of witchcraft found fertile soil. When drought shriveled corn, when sheep grew sickly, when smallpox claimed children, whispers rose. Someone has done this. Someone has become a skinwalker. The word itself, ye naldlushi, translates loosely as, with it, he goes on all fours. It marks the act of becoming animal, not symbolically, but through transformation of body and spirit. Yet it is not the ordinary medicine person who does this. To the Navajo, healers channel sacred songs to restore hoju. But those who learn the songs backward, who perform rites at the wrong hours, who steal hair and ash and bone, they twist medicine into poison. They cross into witchhood. Imagine the tension. A community bound by kinship, surviving harsh desert winds and scarce water, relying on one another daily. Then one winter, a child falls ill. Another sheep is found mutilated, organs removed with unnatural precision. No tracks lead away. The stories tell that only a skinwalker would walk away as wolf or coyote, leaving no human trace. Suspicion turns inward, toward the widow who lives alone, the cousin whose eyes dart too quickly, the man who always seems to arrive with news of disaster. Who else could it be? In the circle by the fire, the bundle is lifted again. This time, the coyote pelt is placed across the man's shoulders. His shadow trembles in the flames, stretched long against the desert stone. For an instant, it seems not entirely his. The onlookers murmur. Some avert their eyes. Because in Navajo thought, to witness witchcraft is itself dangerous. To name it aloud can invite retribution. The silence that follows the chant is heavier than the chant itself. Skinwalkers occupy a paradox. They are feared as destroyers, yet their legend affirms the centrality of Hoju by showing what happens when harmony collapses. They are said to run faster than trucks on desert highways, to wear the faces of neighbors by night, to lure kin from hogans, traditional homes of packed earth and wood, with familiar voices. To believe in them is not simply to accept monsters. It is to acknowledge the fragility of balance, the ease with which envy or anger can tip into destruction. Through the 19th century, as railroads carved into the Southwest and forts sprouted on the edges of Navajo territory, Skinwalker tales grew sharper. They were not childish ghost stories. They were living social tools. To accuse someone of being a skinwalker was to isolate them, sometimes to expel them, sometimes worse. And yet, no one confessed openly. The accusation carried more fear than proof. Even today, many Navajo refuse to say the word, preferring to gesture, to hint, to leave silence where the name should be. That silence lingers now, around the dying fire of our midnight circle. The pelt still rests on the man's shoulders. His face is hidden in shadow. Coyotes bark again, closer, and the question hangs, unspoken but heavy. What will he become when he steps away from the light? Morning comes reluctantly in the desert. First, a pale wash of light spreads across the mesa tops, revealing ridges etched with centuries of wind. The juniper fires of the night are cold ash now, pressed into the sand by careful hands so that no outsider might see where the gathering took place. Yet in every mind that attended, the echo remains. They had touched something forbidden. Whether it worked or not, whether the man in the pelt truly changed, those questions weigh less than the fact that they crossed a line. To understand why the line matters, one must step deeper into the fabric of Navajo cosmology. Long before contact with Europeans, before soldiers and railroads, the Diné, the people, as the Navajo call themselves, saw the world as a vast interwoven order. Every mountain, every spring, every animal had its place and its power. The four sacred mountains, Mount Blanca to the east, Mount Taylor to the south, San Francisco Peaks to the west, and Mount Hesperus to the north, mark the boundaries of their homeland. Within this space, life is meant to flow in balance. Outside, chaos presses. Within the Hogan, ceremonies are sung to restore health when illness strikes. The night chant, perhaps the most famous Navajo healing ceremony, lasts 9 nights and invokes a pantheon of holy people. Sand paintings are crafted with colored powders, intricate designs made of cornmeal, pollen, and crushed stone. The paintings are not art for display. They are maps of the cosmos, used to reorient a patient's spirit back into harmony. Every detail matters: the direction faced, the songs recited, the timing of gestures. This structured order is called Hoju, as spoken last night by the fire. It is not a single concept, but an ethic of beauty, balance, and peace. Yet because the world is whole, every force has its mirror. If medicine restores Hoju, then witchcraft, Antichni, corrupts it. Stories told to children at dusk remind them that every gift of the holy people can be twisted if handled wrongly. A blessing song sung backward becomes a curse. A sacred herb burned at the wrong time draws illness instead of health. In this world, good and evil are not separate categories. They are choices of direction. the same paths walked forward or backward. Outsiders often struggle with this nuance. To European ears of the 19th century, Navajo tales of witches sounded like superstition. Missionaries called it devil worship. But the Navajo understanding was subtler. Witchcraft was not foreign. It was a possibility lurking within the same powers that sustained life. Anyone trained in medicine knew the steps of the ceremonies. Anyone who harbored resentment might, in theory, reverse them. That was the danger, that the same knowledge which heals can also kill. The figure of the Skinwalker emerges as the most dreaded of all witches. Whereas some witches might curse a field or poison a meal, the Skinwalker crosses into the animal world. Wrapped in pelts of coyote, wolf, or bear, they are said to shift their shape, walking on all fours, their human eyes still glinting in the firelight. A Skinwalker might enter a hogan by night, wear the face of a brother, call softly at the door with a familiar voice. Once inside, they could steal hair, nail clippings, or even scraps of clothing, any fragment that bound the victim's essence. Those fragments would be worked into rituals of harm, buried with cursed objects, burned with powders made from ground bone. Powders are central in these stories. Accounts from the late 19th century describe mixtures blown into the faces of sleeping victims, causing wasting illnesses with no visible wound. Some powders were said to be made from the ashes of corpses, others from herbs gathered at night, twisted into their opposite use. One report from a Navajo medicine man in the 1880s told of witch dust thrown into footprints. The next morning, the victim would awaken with swollen limbs and fever. To the community, such signs marked the presence of a Skinwalker. Consider the effect on daily life. Each small misfortune, a child's cough, a horse stumbling, a pot cracking in the fire, could be traced to human malice. And unlike distant spirits, a Skinwalker was thought to be someone close, a neighbor, an uncle, perhaps even a healer who had secretly chosen the darker path. The terror was not of strangers, but of intimacy betrayed. In the 19th century, pressures from outside heightened these fears. The U.S. government imposed new boundaries, relocated clans, and disrupted seasonal grazing. Livestock, sheep and goats central to Navajo life, were seized or killed. In such dislocation, suspicion festered. If balance with the land was broken, someone must have broken it. In whispered conversations after dusk, eyes turned not only to soldiers, but to fellow Diné, who might be witches in disguise. The Navajo themselves say that to speak too much of Skinwalkers risks drawing their attention. Even today, elders warn against repeating their stories after dark. But in the 19th century, silence was not always an option. When sickness spread through a camp, when a family lost too many sheep, someone would be named. What followed was not a formal trial, but a tense meeting in a hogan. Voices low, faces stern. Elders might call for a test, sprinkle ash around the doorway, see whose footprints appear, or watch the firelight. A Skinwalker, they said, would cast no normal shadow. And so, as the sun climbs higher this morning after the forbidden ritual, the village stirs. Children fetch water, women grind corn, men ready their horses. Life continues, yet beneath every chore lies unease. Who attended the midnight circle? Whose voice joined the chant? No one speaks of it openly, but everyone wonders. In the Navajo world, secrecy is part of survival. Balance has been nudged, and in a culture built on hoju, even a small tilt can topple lives. The desert wind picks up, scattering the ashes of last night's fire across the sand. To the outsider, nothing happened here. To those who know, everything has changed. Dusk gathers quickly on the mesas. Shadows pool in the gullies, and the air cools with a suddenness that feels like a held breath released. A family sits around a cooking fire inside a hogan. Cornbread bakes on hot stones, and the scent of mutton stew rises, comforting and ordinary. Yet just beyond the circle of firelight, stories of the forbidden path murmur like wind through dry grass. The children ask about the animals. Why coyotes laugh at night? Why owls seem to call only when someone is about to die? Their grandmother stirs the stew and glances toward the open doorway. She knows the stories must be told, but carefully, for words can call what they describe. After a pause, she says, "There are those who walk two paths. One is the way of harmony, the way of the songs. The other is the way of turning things backward. Those who go that way can steal the body of an animal. They run fast as deer, leap like mountain lions. But when you look close, their eyes remain human." The children shiver, both afraid and fascinated. To them, the world is alive with presences. Every rock, every spring, every bird call carries meaning. They have been taught never to throw stones at owls, never to whistle after dark. The line between natural and supernatural is not sharp. It is a continuum. In this worldview, the Skinwalker is not a myth so much as a possibility, a constant reminder that the sacred can be corrupted. These beliefs were not born in isolation. Navajo cosmology is woven with tales of the coyote, the eternal trickster. Coyote, Mai, is both comic and dangerous, a figure who disrupts order with cunning, selfishness, and desire. He brings fire to humans, but also causes disaster through carelessness. In one tale, Coyote steals the sun, only to burn himself and drop it. In another, he interferes with creation, leaving death as part of the human condition. He embodies the contradiction that lies at the heart of Skinwalker lore: power unbalanced, gift turned into curse. When Navajo storytellers speak of witches taking animal form, the coyote is often first, not only because of its trickster role, but because of its physical nature. Coyotes laugh in the dark, with cries eerily close to human laughter. They scavenge at the edges of settlements, reminding people of the thin line between domestic and wild. To wear a coyote pelt in ritual is to wrap oneself in that ambiguous, dangerous spirit. Yet the practice is not limited to coyotes. Wolves, bears, and even birds of night are said to be shapes skinwalkers assume. A wolf's ferocity, a bear's strength, an owl's feared association with death, all can be invoked through stolen pelts. Each animal carries its own taboo. Deer, for example, are sacred providers. To use their skins in witchcraft would be an unspeakable violation. Coyotes and wolves, however, occupy a more ambivalent role. They survive by cunning, and their traits become the witch's tools. Imagine the fear in a 19th century settlement. A family hears scratching at the walls of their hogan at midnight. They step outside and find nothing, only paw prints circling the home. Yet the tracks do not lead away. They stop abruptly, as though the creature vanished into thin air. In the morning, the family discovers their sheep scattered, one missing. Rumors spread. It was not a wolf, not a coyote, but something wearing that shape. Such stories ripple through clans. When livestock vanish, when crops fail, explanations are sought not only in weather or predators, but in human malice cloaked in animal skin. Because the Skinwalker is not a distant monster. It is one of the people, twisted. This proximity makes the fear more intimate. It is not the unknown wilderness that threatens, but the familiar turned against itself. Anthropologists writing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries noted these beliefs with fascination. They recorded testimonies of Navajo elders who insisted that certain witches could run faster than horses, leap across canyons, or appear at two places in the same night. Outsiders often dismissed such claims as exaggeration, yet within the community, they were treated with utmost seriousness. Survival in the desert required trust. A Skinwalker rumor could fracture that trust instantly. Even today, Navajo elders caution against discussing Skinwalkers at night. They say the very act of speaking the name may draw their attention. The taboo underscores the belief that Skinwalkers are not bound by distance or time. They hear across darkness, carried on the desert wind. In this dimming twilight, the grandmother's tale to her grandchildren drifts to silence. The stew is ladled into bowls, and the children eat quickly, glancing toward the open door where night presses close. Outside, a coyote yips. Its voice is lonely, but to the children it sounds far too close. One asks softly, "Grandmother, how do you know if the coyote is really just a coyote?" The grandmother does not answer right away. She looks into the fire, into the flames that bend and twist with the evening breeze. Finally, she says, "You cannot always know. That is why we must stay in harmony, keep the songs alive, because those who step outside of balance, they may choose the other path. And once they choose it, they can never return." Her words hang heavy in the small space. Harmony is precious, fragile, and beyond the door, the night deepens, waiting. By late afternoon, the wind has the smell of sage in it, and dust rides the air in thin, wavering sheets. A boy trails his grandfather along a sheep path that threads a shallow arroyo, the old man walking with the steady patience of someone who has learned to let the land keep its own time. He carries a staff cut from mountain mahogany, and tied below its grip is a small tuft of coarse gray fur. The boy notices it and asks without words, gaze lingering. The old man smiles, then says softly that some things are reminders, not trophies. He does not say coyote, but the boy hears it anyway. In the lore of the Dene, Ma'i, coyote, is a teacher by contradiction. He gives by taking. He warns by tempting. He sharpens understanding by showing what happens when desire outruns balance. Children hear his mishaps before they hear the more solemn creation chants. How coyote steals the water monster's baby and unleashes a flood. How he swallows stars and has to cough them up. How he brings fire but also burns himself, yelping and laughing at his own pain. The old man tells one of these stories as they walk, his voice even, not theatrical, the way a lesson sounds when it has already been lived for generations. Coyote's gift is a split thing. On one side, it is cleverness, the quick twist of mind that finds water where others see only rock, that notices the faint track pressed into dust by a ewe that strayed, that sniffs weather before the sky admits it. On the other, it is appetite without break, a hunger for shortcuts, a readiness to turn sacred knowledge backward if it makes a problem vanish faster. In this fork lies the path toward the Skinwalker. The same cleverness that helps a herder survive a blizzard can also, if inflamed by envy or grievance, become the cunning of the witch who runs on all fours and wears a borrowed face to the door at night. Inside Navajo storytelling, coyote is not merely an animal, he is a behavior pattern with a tail. When elders warn against whistling after dark, night whistling, they explain, calls things you did not mean to invite. Coyote is the shadow behind the warning. ears pricking at any breach in courtesy toward the spirit world. Whistling at night, a call that lures uncanny spirits. That is why certain rules repeat in households. Do not leave bowls mouth up overnight. Turn sandals so the soles face each other. Keep hair clippings and nail parings from the trash. Hair and nails are personal remnants carrying a trace of one's essence. Let a witch get them, and that trace becomes a handle for harm. The boy and his grandfather crest the arroyo and pause. The old man points with his staff where dust lifts, briefly columned, then unwinds. Dust devil, a small whirlwind said to carry spirits. He whispers a short phrase, the kind of quiet acknowledgement that smooths relations with whatever passes by unseen. Coyote would run straight through such a thing, laughing, the old man says. A person walking in Hojo steps slightly aside. The split of gift and curse shows up in skins and songs. Among the Diné, animal skins are not automatically tainted. It is their context that matters. A warm pelt thrown over a sleeping child on a bitter night is a mercy, not a sin. A fur used openly in daylight for a recognized practical need sits inside the circle of balance. What poisons a skin is secrecy leveraged against kin, pelts hidden for night rites, wraps donned to confuse footprints, masks that blur identity until it can be used as a weapon. To wear a coyote skin at midnight while speaking inverted prayers is to borrow Coyote's cunning without his comic humility, to take only the sharpness and none of the warning. Traders bring another texture to this divide. In 1868, the Diné sign the treaty that ends their confinement at Bosque Redondo and return to their homeland, ragged but unbroken. Then, within a decade, trading posts sprout along trails like hardy shrubs after rain. In 1878, John Lorenzo Hubble opens his post at Ganado in what is now Arizona, exchanging flour, coffee, and metal goods for wool, blankets, and pelts. That date becomes a hinge in many families' memories. The boy's grandfather marks it without naming Hubble. He simply says, the time when coffee started arriving in sacks with the bold letters. Coffee and calico, canned peaches and bolts of muslin, new temptations, new exchanges, and with them new stories in which a coyote pelt is no longer just warmth but currency, a way to translate hunting luck into sugar, a blanket into a rifle repair. The arrival of posts does not invent witchcraft fears, but it changes how they move. Before, pelts circulate mostly within need and kinship. Afterward, they circulate along cash lines, and a hide gathered in hunger carries the smell of money as well as winter. A woman bargains for flour and hears a rumor while the scale pan steadies. So-and-so acquired too many pelts too fast. Someone saw him walking in the wrong company. Someone else woke to paw prints that stopped at the door as if the walker lifted into the air. The store's ledger does not record such talk, but it spreads more quickly in a world where people gather to barter. At the same time, the Atlantic and Pacific Railroad drives steel toward northern Arizona. By 1882, it reaches Flagstaff, near the San Francisco Peaks, a sacred boundary to the Diné. Wood ties mean camps of workers. Camps mean markets. Markets mean more fur buyers. The line's hum is a new kind of howl in the night, and though no elder would confuse technology with witchcraft, the rail's arrival becomes a backdrop against which older fears find sharper relief. The land shifts underfoot. Coyote, eternal opportunist, slips easily into any vacancy of certainty. The boy's grandfather sets his staff across two rocks and shows how the gray tuft guides his thumb when walking in twilight, a small, tactile reminder to place each step consciously. He says that long ago, before the treaty's return, he learned a lesson about gifts. Hungry, he met a stranger on a cold night, a man with a pack that smelled of meat. The stranger offered a piece and a fur to wrap his shoulders. The boy asks what the stranger looked like. Like somebody I almost knew, the old man says. Like a cousin through my mother's sister's line. And then not. He took the meat. Hunger is not mystical, and refused the fur because warmth should never arrive with such a smile at such an hour. What would you have done? The question is put without pressure, like a pebble dropped in a stream to see how the water moves around it. These stories are social technology. They teach that a community does not only fend off wolves, it fends off shortcut logic. A man who hoards a bit more grain than the next may be prudent. A man who seems to know storms before they come may be gifted. A man who laughs when calves sicken, who speaks of bad luck as if he had ordered it, draws a different glance. Coyote skates near each category, winking. He sneaks into the Skinwalker tales not as origin. No elder says Coyote invented the witch, but as lubricant, making certain temptations slide more easily when times grow mean. A singer, Hatawi, a ceremonial practitioner, once tells the boy's grandfather that the difference between sacred and tainted pelts is the difference between asking and taking. Hatawi, healer who sings complex restoration ceremonies. When medicine needs the symbolic strength of an animal, the singer asks the power of that being with proper offerings and uses the representation inside a pattern of songs designed to restore Hoju. The Skinwalker breaks into a neighbor's corral, stuns a young coyote with a rock, skins it in a wash of poor light, and wears the pelt to copy the creature's speed without asking any permission in the order of things. One method participates, the other imitates. One restores, the other manipulates. It is the difference that makes all the difference, though to an untrained eye both might look like people with furs in the dark. Humor, used rarely, keeps the edges from cutting skin deep. The grandfather admits that Coyote once taught him a decent knot for tying a bundle, then tried to charge him for the lesson by stealing his lunch. He laughs at himself in the telling, a quick glint of teeth, because a story that cannot make room for a chuckle becomes brittle and breaks where it should bend. If Coyote hears the laugh, he will almost certainly insist you owe him one. There is also the matter of names. To say Skinwalker in English is to file a complex category down to a sharp, simple blade. In Dine Bizad, the word Yi Nal Lushi, with it he goes on all fours, describes an act rather than a species. It is a description of crossing, not a proper noun. That grammar matters. It reminds the listener that this is not a monster race living out there in caves. It is a choice any person might make, given certain knowledge and certain wounds. That is what makes the legend so acute. It describes the worst thing that can happen to the fabric of kinship, that someone tears a strip of it and wraps himself in it to run faster at night. From time to time, a story surfaces in which Coyote appears not as tempter, but as reluctant rescuer. In one, a woman sick with a wasting cough dreams that a thin gray dog waits at her door, and in the dream the dog says 2 lines of a song that she repeats to her aunt, who carries them to a singer. The singer recognizes the melody as part of a larger pattern and performs a shortened night chant variation, careful, respectful, within rules that guard power from misuse. The cough eases. The aunt says later that Coyote is no healer. The healer is the one who knew where that fragment belonged. But Coyote, laughing fool that he is, sometimes brings scraps that can be cleaned and sewn into blankets against the cold. This is the funny shape of grace in a world where even mischief can be raw material for repair. Yet, the more dangerous shape also persists. A set of prints circles a hogan in winter. They are coyote tracks, everyone can see that. But they travel too close to the walls, brushing the packed earth as if the animal wanted to listen. In morning light, the trail stops dead a few paces from the door. No leap marks the end, no scuff shows a turn. It is as though the creature became too light to press the sand and simply went on. The household burns a pinch of ash and pollen, murmurs words they were taught, not as theater but as home maintenance, like fixing a leak. Only the leak runs between worlds. After the treaty, after the posts, after rail, missionaries arrive with Bibles and grammar books and a habit of translating everything that moves into terms they already understand. Some dismiss coyote as devil, which misses the point by a canyon's width. The Diné do not see their world in such black and white. Coyote is neither pure evil nor pure good. He is appetite let loose and wit run ahead of wisdom. When an outsider insists that all of this is falsehood to be erased, it can have the odd effect of driving the stories underground, where they grow sharper, more clandestine, more likely to be used as weapons in private feuds, because public acknowledgement is no longer safe. Blunt denials collapse nuance. Collapsed nuance makes rumor a better shape for fear. The grandfather and the boy cut back toward the hogan as the sun lengthens and thins like pulled sugar along the horizon. They pass a shrubby stand where someone, long ago, cached a bundle in a sealed pot. The clay lid is cracked now, and inside lie bones tied with yucca cord and a small pouch of powder gone hard with time. The old man does not touch it. He nods once, a tired respect for trouble that has already leaked away into harmlessness. He says that when he was young, a cousin thought to make a use of such things, carry a bit of the powder on a journey to ensure he would win at a trade, and then dreamed 3 nights running of hands without bodies patting the ground around his bed. On the 4th night, he buried the pouch at a crossroads with a piece of turquoise and a pinch of corn pollen. The dreams stopped. Turquoise, a green-blue stone, protection and blessing. Here, the gift comes into clearest focus. Coyote will show you a shortcut exactly when you are hungriest for it. He will lead you to a pot's mouth when your pockets are empty. He will whisper that the songs are a long road and the night is short and your rival grows stronger by the day. He will say, "Take the shape you need. Win. No one will know." The old man says the voice is convincing because it uses your own throat. The boy nods, hearing how easily a person talking to himself can accidentally borrow the timbre of something else. One winter in the early 1890s, it is remembered as the winter of the thin sheep and the coughing camp, a trader at a post near the Little Colorado buys a stack of coyote pelts cheap. A woman, walking home with flour, sees the stack and turns her face away. When she reaches her mother's hogan, she tells of it, and her mother says, "That is not for us." Later, a man is accused of running at night with a gray back. Was he the one who sold the pelts? Or did he merely walk past them too many times thinking of what coffee tastes like? The story will not resolve. It hardens into warning instead. Historians like their facts aligned, and there are a few to lay straight here. The treaty in 1868, the opening of Hubbell Trading Post in 1878, the rail's arrival at Flagstaff by 1882. Those are not the Skinwalker's dates. but they are the stage directions under which the old fear performs a new drama. Economic lines redraw obligations, mouths open to new sweets. Cleverness becomes a more negotiable commodity. If you wish to understand why a figure in a coyote pelt keeps appearing at the edge of lamplight through these decades, you look not only to caves and gullies, but to ledgers and timetables. Coyote is a trickster with a keen eye for opportunity. The witch who takes his speed without his caution simply rides the longest-running trend in human exchange. Solve now, pay later, and pay more than you guessed. The boy and his grandfather reach their door at dusk. The old man shakes dust from his moccasins. Moccasin, soft leather shoe, tied at ankle, and taps the lintel twice, a gesture he says is for company he can't see. Inside, the hearth stones hold a last banked warmth. The old man lifts the staff, unties the gray tuft, and sets it on a high shelf out of reach of casual hands. The boy watches how carefully he does this, the way the fur is folded so it does not appear to be in use, the way the shelf corner is dusted first, as if to make a clean place for something that still remembers a back and a tail. Coyote outside will yip sooner or later. The household will not answer. They have nothing to say to him tonight. The gift he represents, quickness of mind, is not refused, only tempered. The curse he tempts, speed without permission, waits for a weaker hour than this one. It always does. In the night, a breeze fumbles at the door flap and is gone. Somewhere a dog woofs twice and settles. The boy lies awake longer than usual, turning in his head the stranger with the smile and the pack of meat, the cracked pot with dead powder, the precise tuck of the gray tuft on the shelf. He does not fear the coyote's voice, so much as he fears that his own voice could sometimes sound like it, when cleverness arrives too quickly. That small fear is not paralysis. It is a bridle. If he holds it, he will ride better. Coyote's gift, then. A map that shows two roads drawn as one line until the fork appears only 3 steps ahead. You can walk a long time in daylight before you notice the difference. At midnight, the paths diverge with sudden clarity, and by then, a person may be running. The hogan is warm with firelight, but outside the wind scrapes dry grass against packed earth. In the pause between gusts, another sound slides into the night. The shrill, almost human laughter of coyotes. Children press closer to their grandmother, clutching thin blankets. She's been speaking of skinwalkers, and though her tone is steady, the words hover like sparks above dry tinder. She says that some children are born already leaning toward that darker path. The signs are subtle, sometimes noted only by midwives or whispered by kin. A birth during an eclipse may be considered unlucky. A child who enters the world feet first, or with a caul, a thin membrane covering the head, may draw uneasy glances. Twins, too, though often celebrated, can raise suspicion in certain families. 2 lives split from one essence, and thus more prone to imbalance. A mark shaped like an animal's paw on an infant's skin, or a strange cry that resembles not human wailing, but something wilder, may linger in memory when later misfortunes visit the household. These omens are not themselves guilt. The grandmother insists this carefully, but they are warning lights along the road. When a child grows with quick temper, or keeps to shadows, or laughs when others cry, suspicion may bloom like fungus on damp wood. And if tragedy follows, a fire in the corral, a neighbor wasting with fever, people whisper that the child was born under a crooked star. Consider the tension in a close-knit community of the 19th century. Each family depends on the others for survival, trading labor during harvest, watching one another's sheep, lending grain when stores run low. If a child is marked with troubling signs, families must decide whether to protect them fiercely, proving the omens false, or to distance themselves subtly, guarding against suspicion. The risk of association can be heavy. One remembered case speaks of a boy born during the winter storms of 1874. His mother died in childbirth. The midwife noted a streak of dark, fur-like hair running across his shoulders, which she said looked like the back of a wolf pup. Raised by an uncle, the boy grew fast, restless, and fond of wandering at night. When sheep began vanishing, neighbors pointed toward the boy, though no proof was offered. At 16, he disappeared altogether. Some claimed he joined raiders. Others whispered he had simply shed his human skin. His story survives not because of evidence, but because of how neatly it seemed to fulfill the pattern foretold at his birth. Omens also extended to small accidents of life. To break a taboo early was dangerous. A child who killed a lizard carelessly, who laughed while a ceremonial song was being sung, who spoke back to an elder with mocking tone. These actions, though minor, could be read as glimpses of a bent spirit. Elders told parents to correct such behavior swiftly, with stern words or ritual cleansing, lest the child grow into a witch. Not all signs were physical. Dreams mattered. A child who woke often from visions of running as an animal, who spoke of flying or of hearing voices in the wind, might worry a household. Dreams are doorways. If a dream leads one repeatedly down animal paths, the family may fear the child is practicing, however unconsciously, the first steps of shapeshifting. Yet counter-stories exist. Some elders argue that omens are warnings meant to be heeded, not destinies carved in stone. A child born during an eclipse can be guided carefully, wrapped in ceremony, and watched with extra care until adulthood. A call can be burned in ritual, its ashes scattered, so that the strange birth sign does not bind the spirit. In this interpretation, omens are opportunities for vigilance, not verdicts. Still, fear is hard to uproot. In times of sickness or scarcity, when families lose too much too quickly, the memory of an old omen can resurface and sharpen. Someone remembers the boy who laughed at funerals, or the girl who whistled in her sleep, and suddenly the past reorders itself as prophecy. The grandmother's voice lowers. She recalls how once, during a harsh winter near the end of the 19th century, 2 children died of fever in quick succession. Their cousin, a girl of 13, had been born with a small birthmark on her brow, shaped vaguely like a claw. As grief spread, whispers turned to suspicion. Neighbors avoided her path. Even her own family debated sending her to distant relatives to break the chain of misfortune. She survived, but her life was marked by glances and silences. The girl never married. To some, her survival was proof that she carried a darker resilience. To others, it was simply a story of a child unfairly scarred by gossip. This is how Skinwalker lore weaves into daily life. Not always through visible monsters on moonlit trails, but through the quiet judgments of kin, the uneasy weighing of signs, the social fabric strained by coincidence and fear. The grandmother pauses, spoon hovering over the pot. She asks the children, "If someone in your family was marked at birth, would you protect them or watch them with suspicion?" The question hangs in the firelight, neither answered nor dismissed, a lesson wrapped in dilemma. Beyond the hogan, the coyotes howl again, The sound is both mournful and mocking, as if reminding everyone that boundaries are thin, and that birth itself is only the beginning of a long struggle to remain in harmony. The fire burns low, a circle of embers glowing like eyes half shut. Outside the hogan, the wind carries the smell of juniper and dust. Within, the grandmother's stories move from omens of birth to the physical tools that witches are said to wield. For every community that fears the Skinwalker, there are whispers of the objects they keep hidden and of the ways ordinary things can be bent into channels for harm. Among the Diné, tools are never neutral. A feather, a stone, a scrap of bone, each carries the memory of its origin and the trace of power that can be guided. In ceremonies of healing, a singer uses sacred pollen, turquoise, and herbs such as sage or mountain tobacco. The same world of objects can be turned inside out by a witch. A skinwalker's bundle might contain powders made from ground bone, shards of pottery blackened with corpse ash, or the skins of animals killed in secret. One common thread in 19th century testimony is the witch's powder, sometimes called corpse powder. Elders recount that it was made from the charred remains of human bones, mixed with herbs collected at night. Blown into a victim's face, it could cause wasting illness. The skin darkened, the limbs swelled, and breath came short. Anthropologists writing in the early 1900s recorded such reports, though always with the caution that no one would openly demonstrate the making of the substance. To handle it was to invite danger upon oneself. There are also stories of pouches sewn from animal hides, small enough to hide in a sleeve, yet heavy with meaning. A tuft of fur, a sliver of claw, a fragment of skull. These pieces are not merely animal remnants, but chosen symbols of speed, ferocity, or stealth. Carried close to the body, they are believed to lend those qualities to the wearer. At night, when shape-shifting is said to occur, such pouches may serve as anchors to the form of the chosen beast. Other tools are simpler. A skinwalker might carry a whistle carved from bird bone, its pitch said to travel farther than the human ear should hear. Some stories warn that if you hear a whistle at night without knowing its source, you must not answer. To answer is to give permission. To ignore is to deny entry. Parents warn children with this tale not only to instill caution, but also to remind them that the line between safety and danger can be as thin as silence. Hair and nail clippings are feared above all. The body leaves traces everywhere, combs filled with strands, scraps of cloth stained with sweat, footprints pressed into mud. Each trace is a door. Witches, it is said, collect these fragments and tie them with yucca cord, then bury them with cursed herbs. The victim, unaware, begins to feel weakness, bad dreams, or sudden pain. The grandmother recalls a story from her youth in which a boy fell ill for weeks, unable to rise from his blanket. Only when his uncle discovered a small bundle hidden beneath the threshold of the hogan, stuffed with hair and bone fragments, did his health return. The bundle was burned with juniper branches, and the smoke carried prayers meant to restore balance. Animal pelts form another core element of the lore. A skinwalker does not simply wear a pelt for warmth. He dons it in secrecy at night, with ritual words spoken backward. Coyote pelts are most feared, followed by wolf and bear. To the Diné, deer and antelope skins are sacred and used in ceremony. To corrupt them would be unthinkable. But to wrap oneself in the hide of a predator is to step deliberately into its hunger. In some tales, the pelt fuses with the skin, so that the wearer runs on all fours with strength not their own. When morning comes, the pelt is hidden again, folded among rocks or beneath sand, awaiting the next night. The tools extend to the voice itself. A skinwalker is said to mimic the cries of animals or the voices of loved ones. A child hears her mother calling outside the hogan after dark, yet when she opens the door, no one is there. To achieve this deception, witches are believed to use bone whistles or to whisper incantations while clutching an item of the victim's clothing. The voice that follows is not truly theirs, but a twisted echo. Powders, pelts, bone whistles, hidden bundles. Each tool depends on secrecy. The Navajo ethic of harmony emphasizes transparency and trust. Ceremonies are conducted openly, with participants and witnesses. Witchcraft hides its actions, turning the ordinary into the uncanny. That secrecy magnifies fear, for anyone might be hiding the wrong kind of pouch. Anyone might keep too many pelts tucked away. Anyone might speak in a voice that does not quite sound their own. Historical records from the 19th century note how accusations often followed the discovery of strange objects. In 1884, a trader near Fort Wingate reported that a Navajo man was killed by his kin after a cache of powders and skins was found beneath his bed. Whether the items truly belonged to him or were planted remains uncertain. What matters is that their presence carried enough weight to seal his fate. To find such tools was to confront undeniable evidence in the eyes of the community. Even if outsiders dismissed it as superstition, not all objects are cursed. For every witch's tool, there exists a countermeasure. Ash scattered around a doorway can reveal unnatural footprints. Corn pollen sprinkled over a threshold blesses those who enter and marks any intruder who should not. A small pouch of turquoise or obsidian may be carried for protection, its power not in secrecy, but in openness. These protective items serve as the mirror to the witch's hidden tools, affirming that balance must always be defended. The grandmother ends her tale by reminding the children that tools are not evil by themselves. A feather can carry prayer or curse. A pelt can warm or deceive. What matters is the intention. She lifts a pinch of corn pollen and sprinkles it over the fire. The sparks leap and vanish, a small gesture of harmony restored. Outside, the coyotes fall silent. The hush feels thick, as if the night listens for what will be done next. The children lean closer to the fire, aware now that the most ordinary object, a tuft of hair, a scrap of bone, may hold the weight of a soul when wielded with twisted intent. The fire burns lower, throwing long shadows along the packed earth walls of the hogan. Outside, a thin moon hangs in the desert sky. The family finishes their meal, yet no one rushes to sleep. Fear is slow to fade after tales of skinwalker tools, and conversation bends toward the way fear itself can unravel families. The grandmother sets down her bowl and says softly, "Witchcraft lives where trust fails." Her words turn the children's eyes to their parents, who sit in silence. Everyone knows that when suspicion rises, it rarely points outward first. It circles among kin. In the 19th century Navajo world, extended families live near one another, sharing flocks and fields. A cousin's sheep may graze in the same canyon as a brother's. Women grind corn together. Men travel side by side to trade wool. The survival of one household depends on the others. But when misfortune strikes, an illness sweeps through children, a horse collapses in the field, a bundle of pelts disappears. Neighbors look close before they look far. If not a stranger, then who? The circle tightens inward. This closeness is double-edged. Kinship offers protection, but it also offers the most fertile ground for envy. A family with more sheep, a brother favored by elders, a widow who survives while others lose their children. Any of these differences can spark whispers. Someone must have bent the balance. Someone must be using hidden tools. An old tale tells of two brothers in the late 1870s. The younger prospered quickly, his sheep multiplying while the elder struggled. Rumors spread that the younger had been seen walking at night, his shape low to the ground, his eyes reflecting like coals. When the elder son fell ill with fever, suspicion hardened. One evening, the family confronted the younger, demanding to see inside his hogan. He refused, claiming insult. The quarrel grew violent. By dawn, the younger brother was dead. No pelt, no powder, no bundle was ever found. Yet the family spoke of him only in whispers thereafter, saying his spirit lingered in coyote form. Whether guilt or grief drove the killing, the suspicion alone was enough to destroy a bloodline. This is the tragedy of witchcraft accusations. They thrive not in evidence, but in fear and rivalry. An illness with no clear cause, a bad season for crops, a sudden accident. Each misfortune becomes a lens through which envy is magnified. Elders remind their children that witchcraft is less about proving than about believing. Once suspicion lands, it is nearly impossible to lift. During the harsh winters after the long walk of 1864-1868, when thousands of Navajo were held at Bosque Redondo, hunger gnawed at the people. Families fought over meager rations, livestock vanished, and sickness spread quickly in the damp camps. Survivors later recalled how accusations of witchcraft surged in those years as desperation frayed bonds. One recorded account tells of a woman blamed for her neighbor's starving sheep. They said she wore the skin of a wolf at night, stealing vitality from the herd. Soldiers, ignorant of the depth of Navajo belief, dismissed the quarrel as foolishness. But within the camp, fear was real, and the woman's family lived under a cloud of isolation until her death. Such suspicions linger long after hardship fades. Even decades later, families who were once accused may find their names invoked whenever misfortune strikes. The granddaughter of an accused witch may be shunned, her suitors discouraged, her presence in ceremonies avoided. Witchcraft is less an act than a stain, spreading across generations. The children listen as their grandmother recounts these tales, eyes wide. One asks, why would families turn on each other if they need each other to survive? The grandmother answers, because fear is sharper when it comes from those closest to you. A stranger cannot harm you as deeply as kin can. This paradox defines Skinwalker lore. The danger is not distant. It is inside the circle, at the edge of the firelight, in the laughter of a cousin, in the glance of a neighbor. To suspect someone of being a skinwalker is to admit that harmony has broken not just in the cosmos, but in the heart of the family. Historical notes confirm this tension. In 1889, a U.S. agent at Fort Defiance reported to Washington that Navajos often accuse one another of witchcraft, leading to family feuds and even murder. To the government, it was a matter of lawlessness. To the Navajo, it was evidence of imbalance within the people, a sickness of trust as dangerous as smallpox. Yet, even amid fear, families developed quiet methods to test suspicion. A mother might sprinkle ash around her door and check for prints in the morning. A father might refuse to share food with a cousin until a protective blessing was spoken. These acts were not meant to expose someone publicly, but to guard the household quietly. To accuse aloud was risky. To protect in silence was safer. The grandmother leans close to the children and says, Never be quick to call someone a witch. Even if you are right, the naming itself may bring harm. And if you are wrong, you will have torn a thread that cannot be repaired. The fire sinks lower, the hogan quiet. Outside, the coyotes laugh again, a sound that seems to mock the fragility of trust. The children shiver, not just from fear of the Skinwalker, but from the knowledge that danger may come not from strangers, but from those they love. They say the wind in the late autumn tastes metallic on the tongue, like water drawn from a rusty pail. Tonight it slides along the sandstone and through the sage, as if searching for a door left carelessly open. On the far side of the canyon, a single hogan stands apart from the cluster of homes near the wash. Its fire gives off a thin column of smoke that folds and disappears, unwilling to announce itself. This is where those who live slightly outside the weave of kinship obligation, the binding fabric of respect and reciprocity, keep to themselves, some by choice, some because they have been pushed. The outcast's path begins in small steps. A widow stays too long in mourning clothes. Her laughter at a spring market sounds brittle, and people mark it. A returned scout who rode with U.S. soldiers walks with their posture, eyes measuring distance like a surveyor. Cousins call him half-metal behind his back. A girl who stutters in ceremony learns to keep quiet, then quiet becomes her whole shelter. In a famine winter, a household that lost fewer sheep receives gifts with eyes lowered. Gratitude tastes of accusation. Each person learns to move a little away at dusk, so their shadows will not cross someone else's doorway and earn fresh comment. Inside the separate hogan, a woman sits alone, mending rawhide reins. Her name is not spoken here. The story holds her as a figure more than a person, the way caution carries an outline, not a face. Her hands are quick and work from habit. Near the hearth, a clay bowl rests upside down, habit also, because elders say an open bowl should not sleep mouth up overnight. Something might drink from it that you didn't feed. On a peg hangs a small square of buckskin tied with yucca cord. It is not a witch's bundle. It holds turquoise chips and a pinch of corn pollen, the household's blessing compressed for lean times. On another peg, a pelt. Gray, coarse, matted in places. Coyote. She tells herself it is there to patch moccasins. The desert remembers better than people do. Outcasts are not born with one name. They are named and renamed by events. During the long walk years, she lost 2 children. She learned to count food like prayer beads. After 1868, when the treaty marked return to Deneta, she came back thinner and harder. She married again and was widowed again, this time not from soldiers or hunger, but from an accident with a mule on a slope of loose shale. The second widowhood pasted a new paper label on her back. People did not say witch, not aloud, not at first. They called her one to whom death comes early, as if the phrase might lift the weight by sharing it. It did not. Exile wears grooves. She grows practiced at walking late, fetching water when others sleep, trading wool at posts when crowds have thinned. In 1879, word of the new Carlisle Indian Industrial School drifts westward like smoke. Children taken east, to be made modern. Haircut, language punished. The word does not touch her directly, but it changes the air. A new pattern of outcasts emerges. Youngsters sent away returned strangers to their own speech. Youngsters who stay carry rumors of leaving like a rash under clothing. The woman keeps to the routine of the land. Feed the animals, mend what can be mended, burn juniper to chase cooking smells when the wind turns. Her cousin's wife stops visiting. When sheep sicken with a cough that sounds too human, a nephew suggests someone has placed a thadi, bad medicine, into the animal's watering place. Bad medicine, an ill working made by a human. The nephew's eyes slide sideways when the woman steps into the shade. She looks down and studies the dust, which tells more honest stories than glances do. The prints at the sheep pen are ordinary. Goat, child, a dog with a missing toe. The dog's track makes her smile. Missing things make their own marks. The outcast's path is not one road, but a network of shortcuts that look like kindness to the lonely. You accept a stranger's gift because it is the first offered with no demand attached. You keep hair clippings because you have no one to help tend the hearth. And cleaning up carefully seems like order. You hang a pelt near the door because nights are colder and no one will barge in to judge. But shortcuts bend intentions. One night, as a dust devil, Naliyi, twitches along the ridge, she whistles softly without thinking. Dust devil, a small whirlwind, sometimes read as spirit sign. The sound is low, only a breath shaped between teeth, but she hears it answer in the canyon. A whistle back, too perfect in pitch for wind. She stops and tastes the metallic air. A rule taught in childhood walks to the door of her memory and knocks. Do not whistle at night. It calls what you would not invite. She closes her mouth and presses her lips flat until the urge passes. Nearby, a young man lives another version of the outcast's map. He returned 2 years ago wearing a cavalry coat he did not return to supply, the brass buttons dulled with grit. He learned English in the half-bark, half-command tone of sergeants. He learned to read tracks like lines on a page and to share coffee out of a tin with men who joked about his name and then borrowed it when they could not pronounce it. Back home, he has a way of standing that unsettles people. Feet set as if on drill ground, chin a little lifted, one eye always on the middle distance of risk. He does not mean to look down on anyone, but the posture says, I learned another world that does not need yours to be complete. He tries to forget the habit and cannot. He and the woman are not friends, but the same wind touches both. They shop at the same trading post that sprang up after Hubbell's 1878 opening made the route busier. This one farther west, run by a man whose ledger has more columns than patience. One afternoon they stand waiting with their sacks while the trader weighs wool. The scale pans creak. On the wall behind him hangs a cluster of pelts for sale. Coyote, fox, a wolf with the fur along its spine, bristled still by the memory of its last hour. The trader jokes that gray makes the best bedroll because it hides dirt. The woman stiffens a fraction, then relaxes. The young man watches the fur hiss in the dry light where it brushes against itself. He turns away quickly. If he let his eyes linger, someone would notice and add the glance to his list of wrongness. In the same season, in a cluster of hogans nearer the wash, a child, one of the girl who keeps quiet kind, is born with a caul that clings like wet silk. Caul, thin birth membrane over a baby's head. The midwife slides it away and burns it in the fire, murmuring to hurry its ghost into smoke. Someone remembers to sprinkle ash at the door to see what crosses in the night. In the morning, prints. Dog, a small bird, a curved scuff that could be the drag of cloth or the stumble of someone avoiding a stone. A cousin says the scuff is a witch's tail, joked lightly, but the air around the joke freezes. People go about their day more briskly than needed, as if outrunning a thought. The woman hears the talk and stays home, grinding corn, listening to the familiar hush of the pestle in the wooden mortar. The rhythm smooths the fret from her jaw. She does not want anyone's fear to take her name in its teeth. She sings a snatch of a song she learned as a child, careful not to sing backward or at a wrong time. The words walk correctly. She finishes and covers the cornmeal with a cloth, edges tucked. Sometimes an outcast actively turns toward the forbidden because it offers an explanation that flatters loneliness. You are not avoided. You are dangerous. That story can feel more powerful than you are abandoned. One night, the young man tests a rule. He rubs ash around the door and sleeps lightly, hoping to catch someone in the act of being suspicious. Dawn brings nothing but his own impatient footprints, blundering through the circle on his midnight trip to relieve himself. He laughs softly, embarrassed for himself, and relieved. He sweeps the ash away before anyone else can see that the only intruder was his bladder. Humor saves him from picking up a darker tool to feel less foolish, but humor does not feed you. The statistics of grief do their own arithmetic. In 1887, the Dawes Act slices Indian country into allotments on paper, a program meant to break communal lands into private parcels. Agents argue about applying it wholesale to the Navajo. Pieces of the policy pass through meetings like wolves slipping through a camp, glimpsed, argued over, never entirely grasped as a whole, yet still frightening. The word allotment becomes another way to say alone. Where once a canyon was understood by kinship lines, who watered here, who planted there, now surveyors talk in rectangles. The young man watches their tripods grow on hills like insect legs and feels both superior and jealous. He knows their numbers better than his uncle does and hates that he does. When lines redraw, some people fall between. Those who do not fit smoothly into the gears of trades and treaties look for gears they can turn by hand. That is the moment a certain kind of offer arrives. There is a song for this, sung another way. There is a powder that bends luck. There is a skin that wears you the way a horse wears a saddle. The woman hears a version of that offer in a nighttime knock at the door. She does not answer. The knock repeats, soft, polite, as if a cousin has come late by necessity. Then a voice, almost a whisper, her dead child's name. She breathes through her nose until her body believes her that she will not open the door. She places one hand flat on the pelt by the peg and does not remove it. Across the canyon, a different outcast leans the other direction. He is the sort any rumor chooses to recruit, slow to catch a joke, strong enough to carry 2 pails farther than most, with a face set in a permanent wince against what others say. A trader paid him once in coin shaved thinner than it should have been. He did not notice until a child compared the edge to a good coin's edge and laughed. Since then, he listens for ways to win without being laughed at. A man whispers to him near a sheep dip about a bundle buried beyond the second juniper on the ridge, wrapped in a pottery shard with a mark like a crooked ladder. Dig, and you will be quicker than those who mock you. He digs. He finds what he is told he will find, a pouch, a smell like old teeth. He carries it home with the reverence of hurt turning to blade. That night, sheep bawl as if the moon has rounded into a fist. The woman hears the bawling and stands in her doorway until her eyes adjust. She feels the air with her skin. No movement, just sound. She thinks of the necklace her first husband carved for her from a small burr of antler. She kept it buried in a pot after the long walk years, when soldiers searched households and broke what they did not understand. Sometimes she digs it up and remembers the feeling of being central to someone's map. She covers the necklace again in her mind. Another small object that is neither cursed nor blessed unless a hand turns it. The young man wakes to the sheep's cry and grabs a stick. He does not run to help. He counts heartbeats, a soldier's habit. If a thing is not your command, you measure it first. He hears another sound threaded through the animal panic. A hiss, not snake, not wind, but fur sliding against stone quickly. He steps outside and sees 3 glows on the ridge like embers fallen from a giant pipe. Eyes that hold the light. They blink not quite together. He stands very still. A voice from a different training session, older than the army, younger than the wind, says, "Do not look back at what you would prefer was a story. If it is only a coyote, it will prove itself by being clumsy. If it is not, stillness buys you time." He stays until the eyes dim as if moved behind brush. Only then does he go to the pen, call softly to settle the sheep with words that mean nothing except that the speaker intends no harm. From that night, the outcast's path bends tighter. The woman begins to wear the gray pelt over her shoulders when she fetches water late, not as a right, but because the air drops into her bones, and because the hide feels like a friend she does not have to explain herself to. She carries a knife for snakes and for men who speak too kindly at wrong hours. The young man avoids the trader's wall. He buys needles and coffee, and keeps his gaze steady on the scale pans. The slow man who dug in the juniper ridge stops speaking to anyone about anything. He walks with a cautious swagger that announces and conceals at once. Now the rumors return the favor. They choose the easiest fit. Widow, soldier, dullard, pelt on a peg, eyes on a ridge, a buried pouch. The tale arranges itself without needing a teller. It says the woman was seen running low to the ground. It says the young man crossed the ash line without leaving mark. It says the slow man's breath smells like the dust of bones. Each statement is made by someone who was not there, confirmed by someone who wanted to be. In any tight circle, belief seeks a body to wear. There are relays of help along this path too. Unfashionable, inconvenient, nearly invisible. A singer passes the woman's hogan and leaves a tiny cornmeal track across her threshold. A thin line only someone who sweeps with attention will see. It is not permission. It is notice, a gentle nudge. You are seen correctly by at least one set of eyes. The young man's aunt places her hand on his shoulder at market and moves him physically to stand in the shade with the elders so that people must greet him with their proper tones. The slow man's sister takes his coat at night and shakes it hard enough that the pouch inside slips to the floor and she can kick it into the ashes, purely by accident, of course, and then she burns the accident and says nothing while he shouts. Small rescues do not make stories. They slow the slide. This is also the era when smallpox and measles move in waves across the Southwest. Mission records in the 1870s and 1880s mark burials with a frequency that reads like a drumbeat. When a child dies, everything the adults believe about balance and malice and chance and God and the trickster gets reheated and poured into the same cup. Some drink and burn their mouths and call it proof. Others drink and burn and call it grief. The outcast's path narrows hardest when grief demands purpose. A purpose is easier to bear than avoid. Then, one evening, the woman returns from the spring with a full pot. The light has gone lavender, that in-between color that makes edges uncertain. She smells juniper smoke, where no one has a right to be burning. It comes from the boundary between her place and the canyon's lip. She sets the pot down and walks there without hurrying, because hurrying tells any watcher that you are afraid. At the boundary, she finds circles of ash pressed into the dust, the sign of someone testing or taunting. In the center of the largest circle, hair clippings. She does not touch them. She kneels and blows gently across the surface and watches how the lighter clippings lift before the heavier ash moves. Some of the hair is hers. She cut it with a knife last week. Some is not. Rougher, a man's, with grit stuck in the oils. She fetches her pollen pouch and makes a line of blessing around, not as sealant, but as mark. I saw. I am not fooled. She will sleep with her back against the door tonight, knife close. Across the canyon, the young man lies on his back and looks through the smoke hole, counting as if the stars are formations he can post. He is not a singer. He is a watcher. His watcher's gifts have made people nervous and saved sheep and taken the place of 3 absent cousins when work needed doing. He asks himself, not in a prayer voice and not in the soldier voice, if they accuse me, who do I stand beside? The old law and the new law are both bad listeners. He thinks of his aunt's hand on his shoulder and chooses that law instead. The law of someone who knew him when he fell out of a tree and cried 1 tear, but refused to come down until he was ready. It is small, but it is the law he can obey without dividing himself in 2. When an outcast is pushed far enough, a crossroads appears that looks like a solution. A man in another story, some say near Fort Defiance, some say farther south toward the Little Colorado, stood on such a cross of paths around 1884. He had been named without any bundle found, only glances braided into a rope and thrown over his head until he stooped. He chose the other road, the quick one. He made a thing, whether powder or spoken backward words or a pelt heated with breath, no one agrees. A child in the accusing household took sick the next day. The community told itself the moral it wanted. Accusation conjures its echo. A singer later said the truer moral was this: neglect summons what malice only copies. The woman's door rattles after midnight. Not a knock, not quite. A hand tests the lash. She keeps her breath shallow so her ribs will not creak against the knife's handle under her blanket. A voice comes, her cousin's voice this time, or perfectly like it. Open, I have news. She stays still and opens nothing. The voice tries 2 more names and then, with almost comic disappointment, says in a third tone that is no longer pretending to be kin, "You are not much fun." She waits until the wind takes any trace of breath from the seam at the door, and only then sleeps again in a series of small, shallow dips into dreaming where nothing chases. At dawn, the ground around the door tells a story. Ash she did not put there has been scuffed. A set of prints circles twice, then stops. They are coyote tracks. They are too perfect. The claws score where claws should score. But the spacing is wrong for an animal at ease. It is the careful spacing of a human measuring an idea against the earth. 2 paces out, the prints widen and then do not appear again for 3 long strides. No brush marks, no slide. It is the unhappiest trick. The sign of a thing that knows how people read signs. She could call for neighbors. But the first to come would be the ones quickest with conclusions. Instead, she fetches water and washes away what she does not want turned into a town meeting. Before the last print disappears, she touches it with her finger and presses that finger to the buckskin square with turquoise and pollen on the peg near the pelt. She wants the protective things to know what they are working against. On the ridge, the young man finds another clue that nonetheless refuses to conclude. A tuft of coarse gray hair hangs from a broken twig at knee height, higher than the back of any coyote that ever trotted this way. He rubs it between finger and thumb. It smells of dust, clean and blank. He does not pocket it. He twists the twig and lets wind carry the hair away. He is done collecting proof that only teaches fear to talk better. A choice waits where the canyon narrows. The woman stands there at noon when even snakes prefer shade, and turns her face into the draft that moves along the rock like water without wet. She is about to decide what to burn. Pelt, hair, a part of herself that believes being seen is worse than any other harm, when a boy runs up from the wash, breathless and fierce in the way children are when they have done something important and late. "Ash at your door," he says, gasping. "We saw. We made a line, my sister and me, with cornmeal like this." He slices the air with his hand to show straightness. "And we waited on the rock. A thing came and went. It did not cross the line. We waited all the time. We did not sleep. We were the guards." She looks down at his bare feet crusted with dust, and his eyes still stretched wide from keeping night open. She does not smile because the dignity of guards deserves the dignity of solemn thanks. She nods once. He nods back, awash in grownness, then skitters away to shout in whispers to his sister that the mission is accomplished. The outcast's path, it turns out, bends not only toward forbidden arts, but also toward tiny rescues and stubborn refusals. The pelt on the peg remains, but its weight changes. It is no longer a friend. It is bait for a watcher who wants stories of certain shapes to repeat. The woman takes it down, folds it, and carries it toward the canyon. The young man, walking back from the ridge, sees her and adjusts his path so their lines will cross without making a show of joining. At the canyon lip, wind takes the last heat from the sand. She looks at the pelt and at the emptiness below, and at the thin blue sky, and then back the way she came. She does not throw. She does not keep. She walks to a flat place, lays the pelt down, and stacks 4 stones on it to pin it to the world in the 4 directions, the way a singer pins a sand painting to the earth with attention before sweeping it away. She walks home with empty hands, but the night is not empty. Dusk pushes up from the ground. On the path between the pinned pelt and the woman's door, prints appear that were not visible when she passed minutes before. Sharp, neat coyote. Then a pause, then human heel-toe pressed into dust and angled deliberately toward her threshold, as if something decided that hiding the step no longer served. And at her door, in the last wedge of light, the ash begins to stir as if breathed upon from no mouth anyone can see. Ash moves like breath across the threshold, and she sees it. No wind, yet the gray ring shivers as though a mouth just whispered there. She crouches and watches without blinking. The grains lift and settle, a small tide. When it stills, she smooths the edge with her palm, one steady arc to mark that the line has been read and renewed. Inside, the hearth answers with a soft pop. Outside, day thins toward evening. By first light, she is not alone. Every household keeps at least 1 pair of eyes that know how to read dust. 2 old men arrive without knocking, unwrapping their scarves as they enter, nodding as if to themselves. One is bow-legged from years of riding, the other narrow-hipped with the patient gait of someone who has herded sheep through foolish weather and worse advice. The young man with the soldier's posture is there too, invited by nobody and told to leave by nobody. He leans against the wall inside the door, listening more than speaking. The boy and his sister, the night guards who laid the cornmeal line, hover at the edge of the circle, hungry to be counted as part of whatever this is. The woman stands with her hands clean and empty. "Show us," the bow-legged elder says. She takes them to the threshold. Her finger traces where the ash stirred and settled. She does not embellish. The narrow-hipped tracker squats and tilts his head, eyes adjusting to the angle where particles show their preference for a direction. He points to two slight crescents where nothing should be, a curve and its twin, the lightest of touches inside the line, like the pads of an animal testing the boundary and deciding against it. The boy cannot help himself. "We saw it pause," he says. "We didn't sleep, and we saw. It came, and then it did not come." The elder acknowledges the testimony with a grave sideways nod that folds childhood into usefulness. They widen their reading to the ground beyond. The prints that greeted the woman last night remain, but the track is not a clean story. Coyote pads circle twice and break off. Here is a drift, wind erasing. Here is a scuff, human heel, careful, too careful. And then, 3 strides with no sign. "A jump?" the boy suggests. The bow-legged elder shakes his head. "A choice," he answers, meaning, the one who left these marks knows how people read and chooses which book to write for them. They will follow anyway. It is not courage, it is hygiene. In this country, tracking is how you sweep a room with a broom that has no handle. They eat quickly. Mutton left from last night, cold but dense. Tie their moccasins and step out single file. The wind from the east lays a thin veil over everything, the way time does when it wants the truth to work harder. They start with rules. The narrow-hipped tracker leads, the boy behind him, the elder after, the young man to one side, the woman closing the chain. They will not step on the prints. They will step beside, and at times they will step away entirely, circling to keep perspective. They carry no guns. The woman has her knife because knives are for snakes and for rope that knots itself at the wrong hour. The young man carries a staff. It marks the ground with a third thought, neither hand nor foot, when he needs to measure stride lengths. At first, the trail is a string of cliches, perfect paw prints, claws scribing the dust, the occasional smear where the ground is soft. A child could follow it. That is what makes the old men grim. Bait is always tidy at the start. "Look," the boy whispers, and points where the prints split. One line moves straight ahead toward the gray ridge. The other angles left toward a stand of rabbit brush and swings back as if to circle them. The narrow-hipped tracker's eyes shift not to the prints, but to the space between them. He steps there and waits to see who among his company breathes differently. No one does. He nods once. Good. They will not be led by the nose. Folklore lives here with practical bone. They carry a pouch of sifted ash and a fingertip of corn pollen. When they reach a choke point, a slot between a rock and a clump of sage, they blow a pinch of ash across the mouth of the passage. Later, on the way back, they will see what crossed. They do not say why aloud. They are not teaching first-year students. It is simply one of the investigation protocols people inherit, along with recipes and grudges. The boy watches and copies the movement of the elder's wrist, filing it under things he will one day do without thinking. They find a place where prints behave like an argument. On the left, paw pads deepen, weight carried there. On the right, claws light, as if lifted. The young man taps his staff twice, then once, then measures the distance with his eyes. "Burden on the left," he says. "A sack, maybe." The bow-legged elder clicks his tongue. "Or a trick for our benefit." The woman looks down. She knows the difference in tone between a track that tells the ground what it did and a track that copies a story about what it did. This is the latter. It is too considerate of readers. It wants to be quoted. They crest a low rise and stop, not because the prints end, but because the world jumps forward a decade in their heads. Down in the shallow basin below, a new cut of trail, cartwheels, narrow iron tires, bites straight across the old sheep paths. It smells of the post and of the time when men with ledgers told others where to stand. They step carefully so that their reading of the night does not tangle with the fresh lines of trade. It is strange how the work of trackers in the 1880s must include an eye for agency roads built when Fort Defiance resumed its role as headquarters after 1868, and for the cart ruts that tether homes to trading posts opened in the years after 1878. Steel, chalk, fir, ash, all part of the same text now. Past the cart track, they refine the trail. Here, the paw prints shrink, the way they do when an animal starts to lope, but the spacing is wrong for a coyote that small. The narrow-hipped tracker kneels, presses 2 fingers into the pad mark, then measures against his own palm. He tilts his head. "Too neat," he murmurs. He makes a circle in the dust the size of a moccasin's ball and uses his fingernail to draw 4 little ovals at its top, claw tips. "If a man cut the sole of his sandal to mimic a paw," he says without conviction, "it might look like this." He knows as he says it that it is a hedge. Nobody carves such fine comedy into their shoes unless they are playing to the audience. Still, the idea will stick. It will show up later in stories as certainty because stories prefer gadgets to subtler sorcery. The trail pushes toward the canyon lip. The rock there is less honest than sand. It keeps only the cleanest secrets. A scuff where a small stone rolled, a smear where skin oiled against grit, the unlikely print of a heel cupped by a natural hollow. These are the only hints. The boy, eager, starts to range ahead, and the elder reels him back with a quiet, the sound that means you are not wrong, but you are not right enough to proceed. They pause in shade. The woman opens her palm and dusts the skin with corn pollen, then touches her mouth and heart with what remains. Nobody makes a ceremony of it. Protection is a thing you do like tying your hair back before you lean over the fire. The young man, without exactly copying her, adjusts the ring on his hand, a bit of old brass bent from scrap, and breathes out through his nose. In his mind, the breath touches the space around them, the way music clears smoke from a room. They find a place where the trail does something clever. It crosses a patch of cryptobiotic soil, dark, lumpy, living crust that bleeds when broken, in exactly the pattern a careful person would use when trying not to harm it. The old men exchange a look. The boy does not yet know what he is seeing. They do, and irritation softens their mouths. A coyote does not step like a botanist. The one they follow is showing off. Beyond the crust, the ground opens into a plain of fine dust raked by wind into tiny ridges. This is the page every tracker loves. It records even the mood of what passes, if the eyes are taught to read it. The prints spread as if the walker, whatever shape, relaxed or knew the watchers were tired. The pace lengthens. 3 times a print is followed by a brushy mark, as of a tail that isn't there. "Too much," the young man says, aloud this time. He is offended by the performance. The bow-legged elder chuckles once, a sound like gravel. "When a lie gets proud," he says, "it feeds us." They string themselves wider to box the trail without touching it. The woman notes where the ash they blew earlier has been crossed. Tiny, dark dimples that tell her which gap the walker used. She is still thinking of the ash at her own threshold and how it moved. She wants to know the breadth of this thing. At midday they see it. On a flat stone, a single clear track that is not paw or heel but pads and heel together. The way a hand would land if someone dropped to all fours and forgot, for one moment, which shape they wore. 4 finger ovals, a palm, a smeared heel behind. The old men do not speak. The boy draws in his breath so sharply it hurts. The young man leans on his staff, then straightens. Folklore arrives and takes a seat among them without being invited. Yi nald lushi. With it, he goes on all fours. They do not bless or spit or joke. They look until the looking stops shaking and becomes thinking again. Then the narrow-hipped tracker does a small, precise thing. He takes a circle of thin yucca rope from his pouch and sets it around the print, just touching it, not covering. A rim to mark that this is not to be stepped on, by accident, by malice, by fear. It is not a museum. It is a courtesy to the ground, their version of "we see you" for evidence that feels personal. Beyond the stone, the trail grows human. Footprints show at last. Moccasin soles with the crescent toe that points slightly inward. A left foot whose ball is more worn than the right. A stride that says the walker has one knee that complains. The relief that comes with human tracks is not joy. It is the grim comfort of returning to a kind of trouble that has rules. They follow into a shallow wash where the bed holds damp under the surface. Here the prints print deeper. Here there is another thing, pressed into the mud between 2 human steps. The mark of the coyote paw again, this time delicate, as if a hand-held cutout stamped down for effect. The bow-legged elder snorts. "Showman," he says. The woman's jaw tightens. She pictures someone pausing, bending, placing the fake track like a coin left where a child will find it, smiling into their collar. What do trackers do when the trail becomes a conversation with a liar? They complicate their own reading, so the liar must work harder. The young man takes a length of rawhide and pulls it tight between 2 sage stems across a narrow passage at ankle height. It is a trip line that will not make someone fall. It will slap dust on a pant leg to be read later. The woman tucks a small mirror, just a bright shard of tin, from her pouch and props it in the crook of a rock where it will catch late light. Some families avoid reflective surfaces during delicate hours. Mirror fear, they would call it, if they had to call it anything. The sense that a witch who owns his face might also prefer not to see it. If no one unsettled by reflections passes here, the piece of tin will show nothing but sky and their own return. If someone flinches, they may leave a sign of that flinch in the dirt. Weight shifted, stride shortened, just enough to read. At a shallow pool, the woman kneels. The surface is opal, smeared by a thin skin of algae. She dips a twig, stirs a single slow circle, and watches how the swirl straightens. On the far edge, a small V of ripples shows where something drank and left not long ago. The old men test the mud, not yet crusted. The boy leans too far for his reflection and jerks back, embarrassed, as if the water threw his face at him. The young man says nothing. There is talk in any community about firelight tests. Sit a suspect by the hearth, let the blaze climb, and watch the shadow on the wall. A skinwalker, the stories claim, keeps a shadow too small or too wide, or blinking out when the person's attention wanders. There are gentler versions. Ask them to stand in a doorway at sunset. At that hour, shadows carry truth because light is honest about angles. Measure with your eye whether the outline fits the body. None of this forms proof in a court, but they are not in court. They are in a household trying to keep children from losing sleep. The firelight test will be for later, maybe tonight, if courage grows teeth by dusk. For now, dust is judge and witness both. In the afternoon, they reach a place where goat heads and needlegrass make footwork fussy. The human prints thread through with the ease of someone who knows the patch and the pair of moccasins he wears. A newcomer would hesitate, adjust, leave double strikes. Here, there are none. This is a local. The old men's faces do not change. Nothing in their muscles ever shows the moment when suspicion finds a target. But the air shifts as if the wind learned a new word. They turn toward home, careful to pass by every ash veil they set earlier. At the first, a small precise breach, 2 pad marks kissing the edge, then gone. At the second, a smear at knee height on the sage where someone brushed through in a hurry. At the third, nothing, clean as when they blew it. The bow-legged elder draws a map with his staff, a crooked polygon traced in dust. The trail's path, the ash sites, the pool. They triangulate a place without saying the name because names are heavy and carry consequences when you pick them up in public. On their way, a sillier sign. Across the wash, prints of a rabbit in a full panic. Not from them, from something that leaped in to play hunter. The rabbit ran crooked, as rabbits do when everything makes sense, but the chasing prints ran straight, as people do when they think straight lines are faster. The boy laughs sharply before he can stop, because the detail reveals a vanity. The bow-legged elder lets the laugh stand a heartbeat and then says, "Quiet." But under the rebuke is a smile. Humor can loosen fear's fingers just enough that you can breathe. They reach the woman's door again in late light. The ash line is there, scuffed only by those who left and returned. The boy's sister sits on the flat rock like a carved guardian, eyes half closed, chin lifted. She did not sleep, or if she did it the way hawks do, in slices so fast they look like blinking. "Nothing," she says, which is a kind of good news. A decision waits that is not about prints. Tracking brings you to the edge of choice. Do you name, test, accuse, or keep the watch going and let the pressure do some work on whatever is out there or inside here? The young man looks toward the cluster of hogans near the wash where his aunt and 3 other women are finishing blankets in the shade. He measures how the accusation would land if it bounced wrong. He hears the future version of it and does not like the taste. The bow-legged elder runs a thumb along his jaw, where the beard no longer grows, and says, "Tonight, we try a light, not a trap." The firelight test is more about watching oneself than the other. Sit together, tell stories that fasten attention to the hearth hum. Do not stare hard, only notice. The old men talk about shadow as if it has a vocabulary. They will not say what to see. They will see it, if it is there, and call it nothing if it is not. The boy is told he may sit if he promises to keep his face from shouting. He promises in the kind of voice that assures everyone his face will shout anyway. As sunset leans long across the canyon, they prepare. The woman sweeps the floor in slow arcs that make the dust polite enough to hold only the prints that matter. She sprinkles pollen at the threshold and hangs the small tin shard lower on the wall where it will not startle anyone who doesn't know about it. The young man sets his staff where it can be reached from the sleeping place and then pointedly leaves it there, a sign to himself that the tool for tonight is not force. The old men collect stories that do not wound, coyote tales that end with embarrassment instead of death. A singer is too much for this hour. Songs with teeth attract what you are not ready to bite. They will hum a line or two, the way people hum when they make bread. Work language. Guests arrive because trying a light requires more than watchers. A grandmother from 2 hogans over, a cousin who never learned to sit still and so makes a perfect bellows for a hesitant flame. The slow man with the coat whose sister burned his pouch without announcing the memorial service for it. He sits near the door, face carved into preemptive apology. The young man's aunt places a bowl mouth down as she always does. Somebody hangs a small kettle from the hook and pretends to admire how it catches reflections, so that anyone who flinches can be counted without calling it out loud. When the fire climbs, shadows do the arithmetic no human mind can manage. They lengthen and fold. They tremble when another breath enters the room. The grandmother's shoulders make a mountain on the wall. The slow man's hat brim casts a dark eyebrow that lifts when he laughs. The boy tries to watch everything at once and catches only pieces, like a dog trying to track all 4 of your limbs at once when you dance clumsily in a small room. The old men do not look at the wall. They watch faces and then glance away and then look back, making triangles with their glances the way they made polygons in dust earlier. Mid-story, the kettle moves from accidental mirror to harmless pot. The tin shard on the wall shows nothing but fire and the occasional bright chip of an eye that wanders its way. And yet there is a moment, small enough that only those with the habit of never missing anything feel it, when the doorway thickens with a presence that is not a person. The flap barely lifts, and a sliver of night slides in like a cat that has taught itself permission. No one turns. They keep the line of story intact, because to break the story would be to admit a breach you cannot patch. The boy's face shouts anyway. He swallows the shout and turns it into a cough, and then drinks water, trying not to choke on how grown he is all of a sudden. Shadows hold. The slow man's outline fits him. The grandmother's mountain remains a mountain. The young man's soldier-sure neck becomes the honest stalk that it is. The woman's profile dips, rises, dips as she breathes. Nothing blinks out. Nothing widens wrong. The flap lowers again an inch and stays. Whoever or whatever crowded the doorway does not come in. Either the ash line works, or the number of eyes around this fire, focused without panic, is its own medicine. Later, when the room has lost its edge and become only warm, the bow-legged elder lifts a stick and points, not accusatory, only directional, toward a place on the wall where the corner shadows always pool. "Old habit," he says. "We used to hang a strip of rabbit fur there and see if it moved when no wind went. If it moved, we said the room wasn't empty." He grins at his own memory. It always moved. Rabbit is jittery even when it's dead. Everyone lets themselves laugh softly, relieved to find the room sturdy enough to hold sound. Out under the stars, tracking continues without feet. The ash circle at the threshold dims with night and brightens with moon as clouds think about whether to cross. The tin shard finds starlight and returns a thin blade of it to whoever looks from outside. In some houses, people say that a witch who has borrowed an animal's shape gets confused by mirrors, by any quick cut of self thrown back. Others say that is a story to make children feel better about tin. Each answer serves a purpose. In the lull, the young man tells a fact. Years ago, an Indian agent, no one remembers which, brought in a few DNA men and named them police, gave them badges and told them to reduce blood feuds. The year slides in the elders' minds, the 1870s thereabouts. It worked for a while, then didn't. The office changed hands, the badges tarnished. Families returned to elders to settle disputes, because the external law did not yet know the difference between argument and rupture. He says it as part of the story about shadows and doorways and who owns the right to ask questions here. The badge is a kind of mirror, too, and not everyone likes what it shows them. The old men listen, neither impressed nor irritated, only mindful that sometimes you try a tool and put it away if it sings the wrong note when struck. Night deepens. Coyotes scissor the darkness with voices that sound like gossip told too fast to be entirely heard. Someone dozes and wakes and pretends he never slept. The woman's pelt lies pinned under 4 stones out beyond the ridge, and in her mind, that fact is like a low-braced shelf that keeps the room from tilting. The boy nods until his chin nearly hits his chest and snaps awake with the kind of pride that says he will never admit it happened. When the guests leave, the ash line shows only their comings and goings. No delicate crescents, no stunt paw prints stamped for applause. The woman steps out behind the last of them and breathes the cold like a medicine that pinches, but then clears the head. The young man lingers by the doorway long enough to see her not look left or right, which means she saw exactly to the edges of what she could be responsible for tonight, and nothing beyond. He approves. It is not up to him to approve, but he does, in bed. Blankets, woven, skin, tired, mind, alert. The woman listens for the hush that follows a night's work done properly. It comes, then wobbles. Something scratches once at the far wall, a single drag that is either a lizard confused by temperature or a finger with a nail that does not belong to any hand invited inside. She does not get up. She says one line of a song softly. Only one, because a full song would be a challenge, and she is not in the mood to arm wrestle with air. Morning finds the dust telling a clean story. The prints at the threshold are theirs. In the ash at the second choke point, the little dimples prove a thing passed there that was light-footed and particular. At the pool, a new V of ripples points toward the far bank, the one that hides a path toward the slow man's hogan, and then beyond, toward the lonely places where a person can keep a tool and pretend it is a friend. The old men draw another polygon, and this time write a name with their eyes, then erase it again with their eyes, because carrying a name too early makes it heavier. They agree on a test that is not a trap. When the sun goes low, they will walk to the slow man's place with a pot of stew and a made-up question about a missing you and the kind of patience that keeps shadow honest. The woman will carry the pot. The young man will ask the question. The elders will remark on nothing and everything, the way the fire takes, the way the door flap moves, the way a mirror, if there is one, sits on a shelf or does not. If a bundle is visible, no one will say so. If the air tightens around a word, the person who brought that word will set it down gently, as if it were an ember, and not step on it. The boy will stay home and guard the ash lines with his sister, and be made to feel like command. What is the right balance between pursuit and provocation? Trackers say, do not chase a shadow so hard that it finds a body out of self-defense. Let it prefer to leave on its own, embarrassed, rather than making you prove you can drag it out. And yet the line between patience and permission is thin. Someone who loves attention more than breathing might take the pause as an invitation to parade. Midday, the wind rises, smudging the world with a brush of dust from the east. It averages every print into forgetfulness. The young man stands at the ridge and watches his careful polygons dissolve. It feels like erasure until he remembers that the ground prefers to move. That stillness is a fluke, and motion is policy. He smiles a little. "All right," he says to the land, and he means both surrender and agreement. Back at the hogan, the woman tips the ash from last night into the fire and sprinkles fresh at the threshold. She lifts the buckskin square with turquoise and pollen, touches it to her forehead, and replaces it. The room looks like a room again, not a courtroom. The kettle is only a kettle. The tin shard throws a sliver of afternoon sun onto the floor like a coin nobody needs. She steps to the doorway, rests her palm on the lintel, and looks toward the wash where the path bends to the slow man's place. The pot is ready. The elders will be here when the light angles best for honesty. The test is not a spectacle. It is supper with a question built into the steam. If you woke to paw prints that turned human at the pool and to ash that trembled like breath at your door, if you could trace a neat line from your worry to a neighbor's shadow, would you walk there carrying soup or a stone? What would you have done? She lifts the pot anyway, because soup is harder to regret. The young man falls into step. The old men come as if they were always already coming. Dust lifts at their ankles like a small attending cloud that wants to witness without deciding. In the distance, a coyote laughs, or a man laughs like a coyote. Either way, the laugh is fed by air, and air has nothing to prove. The prints from last night write themselves faintly behind the party, then blur, then vanish, leaving only the habit of watching as the map that remains. Late light lays itself flat across the desert, burning the mesas into gold for one last hour before dusk. The small party approaches the hogan of the slow man, the one with the coat, the one whose sister once burned a pouch without telling him. The pot of stew swings lightly in the woman's hands. The elders walk as though they have always been walking this path, their pace a rhythm set by decades of dust. The young man carries nothing visible except his soldier's posture, which is both shield and invitation. From afar, the hogan looks ordinary. Smoke curls through its vent. A dog lifts its head and then lays it back down, indifferent. Yet everyone feels the way air changes when a visit is not casual. Suspicion is its own weather. It dries the tongue, makes the skin sensitive as if anticipating touch. Inside, the slow man rises awkwardly from his seat by the fire when they enter. His face wears its familiar apology, and yet his eyes search each of them as if trying to guess how long they have been planning this visit. His sister keeps her head low, busying herself with setting down bowls. She knows more than she says. The woman sets the pot down on the hearth. She does not say, "We came to test you." She says, "We cooked too much. Help us eat." This is how such things are done, not with a declaration, but with hospitality. The food itself is the first test. Whether the guest accepts it easily or fumbles as if his mouth were already full of some other power, he ladles stew into his bowl. His hand trembles, but then his hand always trembles. The old men tell a story to keep the room's rhythm even, a tale of Coyote stealing water and being caught by his own thirst. Everyone laughs softly at the end, except the slow man, who forces the sound through clenched teeth. Shadows lean across the walls as the fire grows. Here is where the watchers look, not at the man, but at his outline. The boy had been told to stay home, but he creeps to the doorway anyway, face half hidden, trying to appear casual. His eyes dart to the wall, hungry for proof. In the firelight, Each shadow holds steady. The grandmother's shoulders still form their mountain. The young man's jaw still cuts its straight stalk. The woman's breath still shapes a rising and falling line. The slow man's shadow sways slightly, the way someone's does when they are ashamed of being watched. It does not vanish. It does not stretch beyond reason. It only wavers like a candle guttering in wind. Still, unease clings. The elders know shadows are not always honest. Too much firewood or too little can bend them. So they speak casually, asking him about his sheep, about his sister's weaving, about the rabbit tracks near the wash. Their voices weave nets, waiting to see what slips through. He answers, but too quickly. He says his sheep are well, yet everyone knows 3 died last week. He says his sister weaves slowly, yet the blankets stacked in the corner are fresh. He says rabbits no longer run near the wash, yet the boy himself saw prints there yesterday. The lies are not proof of witchcraft, but they are proof of something withheld, something twisted. The woman watches the firelight flicker against his coat. She remembers the gray hair found on the ridge, too high for a real coyote. She remembers the ash trembling at her door. She does not say these aloud. To accuse directly is to shift the burden onto the community, forcing it to choose between evidence it cannot hold and fear it cannot release. Instead, she places a small mirror shard, the one of tin, on the floor near the fire, angled to catch his reflection. She does it casually, as if setting down a tool. His eyes flick once, and he shifts in his seat. The movement is subtle, but enough. His sister sees it too, and her hands tighten on the weaving she holds. The elders notice everything. One clears his throat. "It is good to share stew," he says. "When food is shared, no one walks alone." It is not a blessing, but a warning spoken as kindness. The slow man nods, but sweat beads at his temple, though the night is cool. What would you have done? If you saw a neighbor flinch at a mirror, if you heard his words misalign with the truth, if you remembered footprints that turned human at the pool, would you call him out before all? Or would you hold the knowledge like a coal, waiting until the right fire needs it? The test ends without verdict. They leave after bowls are emptied, after the story ends, after the sister thanks them with eyes that carry more weight than words. The woman steps back into the night with her pot empty, yet heavier than before. The young man follows, silent, chewing on thoughts that will not swallow. The elders walk behind, their pace unhurried, because wisdom often travels slower than fear. Above, the stars harden in their clarity. The prints they will read tomorrow are not yet pressed into the earth. Tonight's work is measured only by silence. No child fell sick, no sheep cried in panic, no breath disturbed the ash at the threshold. But unease does not vanish. It waits, it thickens, it becomes tomorrow's trail. The night after the stew sits heavy in memory. It is not the food that lingers, but the unease, the way a room can feel crowded, even when only a handful of people sit inside it. At dawn, the woman wakes to find her threshold unmarked, the ash line smooth, as though the desert itself held its breath during sleep. But peace built on silence is brittle. The elders speak quietly. This cannot hold forever. By mid-morning, a small gathering forms inside another hogan near the wash. The men and women come in twos, their shawls pulled close, voices hushed as if the wind itself listens. They call it a meeting, but to call it that is already dangerous. It is not an official council, not a ceremony. only kin deciding what to do with suspicion. Still, the way they sit, backs straight against the earthen walls, feels like judgment. The slow man sits near the fire, hunched. His sister keeps beside him, her eyes sharp on anyone who dares to look too long. Across from them sits the woman, hands folded in her lap, the tin shard hidden inside her pouch. The young man leans against the wall again, expression unreadable. The two old trackers squat near the door, in positions that let them watch both inside and out. The air thickens with expectation. No one wants to be the first to name what they fear. To accuse aloud is to tear kinship. Yet to say nothing is to invite danger into every doorway. The tension hangs until a grandmother clears her throat and says, "Too many nights the sheep have cried. Too many prints have lied in the dust. We cannot walk forward if every step wonders who walks behind us." That is enough. The unspoken becomes spoken. One man describes finding paw prints around his corral that ended in moccasin tracks. Another says he heard a whistle at night when no one should be whistling. A woman swears she heard her dead husband's voice outside her door. Each story alone might be dismissed. Together, they form a net. The net does not catch proof, but it catches fear, and fear is weighty enough to bind. The slow man protests. His words stumble. He says he has done nothing, that he has only tended his sheep, that if his shadow wavered in firelight, it was because shame burns hotter than coals. His sister insists he is innocent, that people only see what they want to see. Her voice trembles not from doubt, but from exhaustion. The elders listen. They do not strike the ground with staffs or call for silence. They let the words spill until the room feels swollen with them. Then one speaks. There are ways to test. If a man is innocent, he will stand the tests. If he refuses, then silence will condemn him. The tests are not written law. They are ritual practices remembered from older times. One is to sprinkle ash around a suspect's sleeping place and check for prints by morning. Another is to mix pollen with water and have him drink. If sickness follows, it marks him guilty. The harshest is to sit him in a circle of firelight and watch until his shadow betrays him. The slow man bows his head. He says he will stand the ash and the pollen, but not the firelight. His reason is simple. Too many eyes already look at him with hatred. To sit in the circle would be to sit inside their judgment, no matter what his shadow does. The refusal hangs in the air like smoke. Outside, the coyotes cry in daylight, a sound no one likes to hear. Daylight should silence them, yet their voices echo against the canyon walls. The grandmother mutters, "That is not a good sign." The woman shifts in her seat. She remembers the footprints by the pool, the hair on the twig, the trembling ash at her door. She could speak them aloud now. She could press the weight of her memory into the room like a stone onto scales. Instead, she remains silent. To accuse directly is to claim the burden of proof, and proof is fragile. Better to let the community weigh the signs together than to throw her own voice into the storm. The meeting grows heated. Some demand exile. Send him beyond the 4 sacred mountains. Let him fend for himself. Others argue that exile is a slow death, and that to condemn him without clear proof is itself a form of witchcraft, twisting justice into punishment. The young man speaks finally, his voice low. If we exile him, we may never know the truth. If we keep him close, we may never sleep again. Which burden do you prefer? The silence that follows is sharper than argument. In the end, they choose a compromise. The slow man will stay, but he will live under constant watch. His sister agrees reluctantly, knowing it means every step will be measured, every glance judged. The elders declare that ash will be scattered each night, that pollen will bless his food, that anyone who sees strange prints must speak them aloud immediately. The decision is not resolution. It is a holding pattern, a way of delaying the breaking of kinship while acknowledging its fracture. The slow man nods, his face tight. His sister thanks no one. That night, the ash is laid thick around his hogan. In the morning, prints appear again. Coyote paws, circling, pausing, then stopping at the doorway. But this time, alongside them, human footprints overlay the same path, heel to toe. As if something wore two bodies at once, the community gathers again to see. No one speaks at first. The boy whispers, "It is playing with us." The words ripple like a chill. The elders look at the prints, then at the slow man, then at one another. They know the choice can no longer be postponed. A shadow has walked too close to their door, and the hogan feels smaller with each night that passes. Dawn comes with a heavy sky, clouds trailing low as though weighed down by what the earth itself refuses to hold. The prints from last night remain clear at the slow man's threshold, coyote and human interlaced, circling and pausing. Word spreads quickly. By mid-morning, a crowd has gathered. Men, women, and children stand at the edge of the ash line, whispering, pointing, afraid to step closer, yet unable to turn away. The elders arrive last. They bend slowly at the waist, study the ground, then straighten with grim faces. One says quietly, "This is no longer a matter for whispers. It is a matter for judgment." Judgment among the Diné is not a courtroom in the white man's sense. It is a gathering of voices, of memory, of stories weighed against one another. It is the hogan, filled until smoke hole and doorway feel too narrow to contain the press of bodies. It is children hushed into silence, women with shawls drawn tight, men crouched low with hands resting on their knees. It is tension so sharp that even the crack of the fire feels like accusation. The slow man sits in the center, his sister at his side. His shoulders sag under the weight of eyes. He does not speak first. To speak too soon would sound like guilt. He waits. Accusers step forward one by one. A herder says he lost 3 sheep, their carcasses found with organs missing but no blood on the ground. A mother swears she heard her dead husband's voice calling at her door, and when she refused to answer, her youngest child fell ill the next day. A boy claims he saw the slow man walking at dusk, his body hunched and low, his eyes reflecting like fire when no fire was near. The room hums with murmurs. Each story is thin alone, but together they weave a net too tight to ignore. The slow man raises his head at last. His voice is rough. "I am no witch," he says. "I have only kept my sheep and mended my fences. If the prints circle my hogan, then someone seeks to frame me. If voices call in the night, they are not mine." He looks at the woman as he says it, as though daring her to add her memory to the pile. She keeps her gaze steady, neither agreeing nor denying. The elders confer. One speaks aloud. "There is a way to know. We will test by ash, by pollen, and by firelight. If he is clean, the tests will show it. If he is not, then the tests will reveal what we fear." The community breathes as one, some relieved, some doubtful, all tense. The trial will happen tonight. At sunset, the hogan is cleared. Only elders, The accused and a few chosen witnesses remain inside. Outside, families cluster around their own fires, waiting for signs, listening for cries. Children peer across the desert, eyes straining in the dusk. The first test. Ash is scattered around the doorway. Everyone steps carefully over it to enter. The fire inside is stoked high. Shadows leap against the walls. The second test. The elders mix pollen with water in a small clay cup. They hand it to the slow man. His hands shake as he drinks, the grains floating golden on the surface before sliding down his throat. He coughs once, twice, then stills. Sweat beads on his brow, though the night is cool. He insists he feels nothing, that the pollen is harmless. The elders watch his chest, his breath. For now, he does not falter. The third test, the firelight trial. The slow man sits with his back to the blaze, his face lit by its glow. Shadows stretch across the packed earth wall. The elders study them carefully. At first, nothing is wrong. The outline of his shoulders, his hat brim, his bowed head, all match his body. But then, as the fire shifts, something flickers. For the briefest moment, the shadow elongates, the arms stretching into shapes too long, too thin. Then it snaps back. A murmur runs through the witnesses. The elders do not speak. They wait, eyes fixed. Again, the shadow shudders. This time the head tilts, ears pointed where none exist on the man himself. The room inhales sharply. The slow man leaps to his feet, shouting, "It is a trick of the fire. You want to see what you fear, and so you do." His voice cracks with desperation. He kicks at the flames, scattering sparks, breaking the test. The room erupts in cries. The elders rise, voices low but firm. "Enough. The test has spoken." The sister wails, clutching her brother, but no one moves to comfort her. The slow man is dragged outside, his protests echoing against the canyon walls. Families gather close, eyes wide, children pressed into shawls. The elders declare that he must be exiled beyond the sacred mountains, never to return. It is not death in name, but everyone knows it is death in practice. Alone in the desert, without kin, without community, survival is nearly impossible. Yet no one argues. Fear has already chosen the verdict. That night, guarded by men with staffs, the slow man is led into the darkness. His sister follows for a time, weeping, until the elders call her back. She returns, hollow-eyed, her hands trembling as she clutches her shawl. In the silence that follows, the coyotes call. Their voices rise wild and mocking, as if laughing at the people's decision. Some shiver, believing the cries are not coyotes at all, but the slow man already running low to the ground, wearing the shape he was accused of. By dawn, the desert feels emptier. The prints around the hogans fade in the wind, but the memory of the shadow stretched too long lingers in every mind. The case of 1878, they will later call it, the year when fear became judgment, when kin exiled kin under the weight of stories and shadows. Some say it saved the community. Others whisper it only proved how easily balance can be broken. The year following the slow man's exile is remembered not for rain or for harvest, but for sickness. Clouds pass without breaking. Sheep wander gaunt, and fevers move through the camps as though carried on the same dust that scours the mesas. Mothers press cool cloths to burning foreheads. Elders chant the nightway songs, and still children waist thin. When affliction strikes so many at once, explanations multiply. Some blame traders for bringing tainted flour and strange canned foods. Others speak of soldiers and surveyors cutting the land into rectangles with chains and tripods, stirring up spirits long settled. But the most common whisper names the Skinwalker. Illness with no wound, no blood, no broken bone. What else could it be but corpse powder or a curse carried on the breath? One mother recalls how her son played in the dust near the abandoned hogan of the slow man before falling sick. She swears she saw paw prints in the soil there, half buried by wind. Another man insists he found a bundle hidden beneath his sheep corral, hair tied with yucca cord, mixed with powder that burned his fingers when he touched it. He threw it into the fire, but 3 of his flock died that week. The healers do what they can. Ceremonies stretch into nights of chanting and sand painting. Sacred pollen is sprinkled. Herbs are burned. Turquoise and shell laid out in careful patterns. Yet some patients do not recover. The failure weighs heavy on the singers, for their work is meant to restore Hoju, balance, and when it fails, the community begins to question if something darker is undoing every effort. Stories spread that witches walk boldly now, emboldened by the exile. People say the slow man still lives in the canyons beyond the sacred mountains, that he runs on all 4s with coyotes at his side. Some claim to see him at dusk, his eyes catching light like embers. Others argue that he died alone, his bones scattered by scavengers. Either way, the belief that his curse lingers is enough to poison trust. Historical records note that in the early 1880s, waves of smallpox and measles swept across the Southwest. White officials wrote reports blaming poor hygiene or Indian superstition for the spread. They did not see how the epidemics entwined with belief. For the Diné, sickness was never random. It was imbalance, and imbalance could be caused by human malice. Thus, each grave dug for a child became another thread tying illness to witchcraft. Fear sharpens memory. People begin to recall strange things from years past and stitch them into the present. A neighbor remembers that the slow man once laughed at funerals. Another says he was too fond of whistling at night. A third recalls hearing his voice in dreams. These memories, once idle, harden into evidence after the fact. They travel faster than the sickness itself. The woman who laid the pelt under stones finds herself at the center of gossip again. Some insist she must have been his accomplice, since suspicion once brushed her too. She keeps to herself, grinding corn, keeping her hearth clean, sprinkling pollen at her door each dawn. But she feels eyes on her when she walks to the spring. Silence surrounds her like a wall, broken only by children's laughter when they forget their parents' caution. The young man with the soldier's stance tries to speak reason. He reminds people that disease spreads through crowded camps, through hunger, through the new foods from trading posts that upset stomachs unused to them. He points to reports of illness among the soldiers themselves, but his words carry little weight. To many, he still smells of the army, of outsiders, of law that does not belong to the Diné. His reasoning sounds like betrayal. One night, during the height of the epidemic, a child dies in the arms of his grandmother. In her grief, she cries aloud, "Witches have stolen him." The words spread like fire through dry grass. By dawn, a group of men march to the woman's hogan, the widow with the pelt once pinned under stones. They demand she open her door. She does. Inside, they find nothing but the ordinary objects of life: cornmeal, blankets, a small pouch of turquoise. Still, Suspicion clings. If she is not guilty, why does misfortune follow her so closely? The elders intervene, insisting no action be taken without proof. Yet proof in these matters is smoke. It slips through fingers. They compromise again. The woman will live under watch, her hogan ringed with ash each night, her visitors noted. It is exile without leaving. She accepts silently, though inside she feels the weight of being a vessel for the community's fear. In such seasons, witchcraft becomes not only a belief, but a social tool. It explains why crops fail, why children die, why livestock vanish. It channels grief into anger, anger into action. But it also erodes trust. Families pull away from each other. Neighbors guard their doors more tightly. Communities fracture into smaller circles, each suspicious of the next. The coyotes howl more often during these months, or perhaps people only notice them more. Their laughter is said to be the witch's chorus, mocking those who suffer. Children cover their ears when the cries rise at dusk. Mothers hush them, but their own hands tremble. By winter's end, the sickness ebbs. The survivors gather for ceremonies of cleansing. Ashes of the dead are scattered with prayers, and songs call for balance to return. Yet something remains broken. Fear has carved new channels in memory, and the name of the Skinwalker has been spoken too often to be forgotten. The case of 1878, the exile, becomes a touchstone. Some say it was justified, proof that the community defended itself. Others whisper that the sickness came because they wronged him, casting out an innocent man whose shadow only wavered like any man's would in firelight. Both beliefs coexist, sharpening rather than canceling each other. In this way, epidemics do more than kill. They rearrange the map of trust, marking certain hogans as suspect, certain voices as tainted. The Skinwalker, real or not, thrives in the cracks left behind. The sickness fades like a storm that has emptied itself, yet the memory of its damage clings to every doorway. Families bury their dead quietly, without the feasts that once followed funerals. Voices at the trading posts stay clipped and formal, as though too much talk might invite blame. Trust, once the strong cord tying households together, now frays under the slightest strain. Into this fragile season, another force enters, the agents of Washington. In 1884, new federal policies stretch across the Southwest like fresh barbed wire, sharper than any thorn. The Bureau of Indian Affairs tightens its grip, sending inspectors to ensure order on the reservation. Schools expand, demanding more children be sent away. Stock reductions are whispered. Government men claiming too many sheep chew the grass bare. Each decree arrives like a stone dropped into already troubled water. Authority becomes a contest of languages. The elders speak in the rhythm of the land, pointing to cycles of rain and soil. The agents speak in ledgers and figures, in allotments and boundaries. In between stand men like the young soldier-turned-shepherd, who can translate, but never fully belong to either side. His voice carries weight with neither. Too Navajo for the agents, too army for his own kin. This clash of laws, tribal memory against federal decree, creates space for shadows to flourish. When famine looms because sheep herds are cut, people mutter that witches curse the animals. When children are marched to schools far away and return sullen or broken, whispers rise that skinwalkers follow them on the trail, feeding on the loss of language and home. The woman with the pelt, once pinned under stones, feels the pressure more keenly than most. Government eyes already mark her as a widow surviving on thin means, an easy example of dependency. Community eyes still mark her as one who walks too close to suspicion. Each knock on her door carries two dangers: the agent demanding compliance, or the neighbor demanding confession. She answers both with the same silence. Meanwhile, markets shift. The railroad reaches Gallup in 1881, drawing traders and tourists closer. Silver buyers arrive, hungry for jewelry, for rugs, for anything they can label authentic. Money flows unevenly, and jealousy flows faster. One family prospers selling blankets to outsiders. Another grows lean. The poor mutter that witchcraft fattens the rich. The rich mutter that jealousy itself is witchcraft, gnawing at their success. This is the soil where the Skinwalker legend grows thickest, not in times of calm, but in times when every change feels like theft. Fear of witches becomes a way of speaking about power. Who has too much? Who has too little? Who seems to prosper when others suffer? One evening, a council gathers not for ceremony but for survival. Sheep herds are shrinking under federal orders. The grasslands look bare. A decision must be made: how to share what little remains. But even here, suspicion seeps in. When one man proposes cutting the herds evenly, another accuses him of already having secret flocks hidden in a side canyon. Voices rise, fists clench, and the word witch hisses between them like a spark. The meeting ends with nothing resolved, each household returning to its own fire. The canyon darker for their division. Historical letters from the time, written by missionaries near Fort Defiance, remark on what they call witch frenzies. They describe Navajo families blaming sorcery for every theft, every sickness, every quarrel. Yet the letters do not note the deeper cause: the suffocating weight of colonial authority pressing down, twisting kin against kin. Witches become the name for pressure that cannot be spoken aloud. The young man tries again to speak reason. He gathers a few to show them the government documents he has translated, proof that stock reductions are policy, not sorcery. He spreads papers on the ground, tracing the words with his finger, explaining line by line. But the men around him frown. To them, English writing is another form of witchcraft, symbols that carry power stolen from their own speech. His attempt at clarity only deepens mistrust. At night, coyotes howl closer to the hogans than before, their voices sharp, mocking, like laughter overheard from a hidden corner. Children shiver. Elders spit into the fire and mutter prayers. The woman listens from her doorway, remembering the prints once found at her threshold. She wonders whether the laughter is only hunger, or whether it is the sound of a neighbor turned animal, circling once more. The Skinwalker story bends with each new decree, each scarcity. Witches are said now to steal wool bales meant for the traders, to curse the very scales at the posts so they underweigh Navajo wool, to follow government surveyors and lend them uncanny luck at measuring lines no one else can see. Each retelling is half protest, half lament. The legend grows because it explains what policy cannot. As the 1880s drag on, the people find themselves caught in two nets, one woven by Washington, one woven by their own fear. And between those nets stalks the figure of the Skinwalker, witch, neighbor, shadow, never fully seen, never fully banished, always waiting at the edge of firelight. The community senses that a breaking point approaches. Fear has carried them through sickness and exile, but now the pressure of law and hunger may force something louder, harsher. a reckoning that will not end with one man sent beyond the mountains, but with a frenzy that consumes anyone unlucky enough to stand at the edge of suspicion. The desert waits. The coyotes laugh. The people tighten their doors. The desert hardens under the sun of another difficult year. By the mid-1880s, every family can name at least one loss, of child, of sheep, of dignity at the trader's scales. The people speak less openly at councils now, each wondering which voice might betray them. Suspicion no longer hides in whispers. It hovers in every pause between sentences. And yet, paradoxically, these same suspicions become woven into the story of who the Diné are. Fear becomes heritage as much as corn, sheep, or song. The elders notice it first. When they chant to restore harmony, the children lean closer not to the sacred words, but to the stories about skinwalkers that follow in hushed tones. The cautionary tale begins to outshine the prayer. Festivals shift subtly under this weight. At gatherings where once laughter and trading dominated, someone always brings up the exile of 1878. The case becomes a parable, retold with new details each time. His shadow stretched like a wolf's, his sister's cry echoed for days. He was seen later, running on all fours in the hills. None can agree on the exact memory, but the story itself is nourishment. It explains why sickness came, why trust splintered, why survival requires vigilance. Over time, the exile story fuses with older traditions. The Yi Naldlushi, with it, he goes on all fours, becomes not just an individual witch, but a symbol of what happens when community balance fails. The lesson told to children is no longer only beware of witches, but also beware of envy, secrecy, and neglect of kinship. In this way, memory reshapes itself into identity. Even the landscape is marked. The canyon where the slow man was last seen is avoided by herders, who mutter that grass grows thin there because his spirit drinks the earth itself. Children dare one another to approach its mouth, throwing stones to see if echoes return. When the wind whistles strangely, they claim it is his voice answering. The canyon becomes a scar, geography rewritten by memory. This transformation from terror to tradition is not unique. Across cultures, monsters born of crisis settle into folklore as guardians of caution. The Skinwalker, once a figure of immediate fear, now serves as a story to discipline, to warn, to bind families against hidden envy. Yet the transformation is never complete. The fear remains alive, sharp as cactus spines under the sand. Historical observers noted this duality. In 1887, an anthropologist visiting Fort Defiance wrote of Navajo witches as if they were curiosities, quaint remnants of a fading world. Yet his own notes reveal the opposite. Witchcraft beliefs were not fading, but evolving, anchoring themselves more deeply in community life. What he misread as superstition was, in fact, the active forging of identity in the face of disruption. The woman who once found prints at her threshold embodies this shift. She lives still in her hogan, older now, her hair streaked with gray. Neighbors speak less of her with accusation and more with awe. She has endured suspicion, exile within the circle, and still stands. Children whisper that she knows secrets that protect against witches, though she never claims such power. In this way, memory has transformed her from suspect to symbol, proof that one can live with shadow and still remain. The young man, too, changes in story. His efforts to translate government documents and argue reason are remembered not as betrayal, but as stubborn defiance. Children repeat tales of him facing down agents with nothing but words, his soldier's stance unbent. In truth, he was often ignored, his reasoning dismissed, but memory prefers the version where he stood between two worlds and spoke boldly. The legend of the Skinwalker needs counter-legends of resistance to remain whole, and so memory builds its lattice. One story of exile, one of survival, one of defiance. Together, they become a cultural spine, fragile yet enduring. Festivals retell them, weaving caution with pride. Songs reference them obliquely, layering old chants with new meanings. Even jokes bend toward them. When someone trips in the dark, laughter follows with a warning. Careful, or you'll run on all fours like him. But identity built on fear is heavy. The elders worry quietly that children raised on too many stories of witches will forget the deeper balance of Hoju, the harmony of land, spirit, and kin. Fear alone cannot sustain a people. It must be transformed into caution, and caution into wisdom. Otherwise, the Skinwalker risks becoming not a guardrail, but a cage. In later years, as railroads and traders bring more outsiders, the Skinwalker becomes a symbol for those outsiders too. Tourists ask questions. Traders repeat tales for profit. The Navajo learn that their fear is now someone else's entertainment, and they guard the stories more carefully, speaking them only among kin, withholding details from curious ears. Memory thus becomes not only identity, but also boundary, a way of saying, "This is ours. You may not take it." On the desert's edge, the coyotes laugh again, as they always have. But now the people's response is layered. Some hear only danger, others hear heritage. Still others hear resilience, proof that even in laughter that mocks, there is survival. The Skinwalker remains both wound and scar, both exile and emblem. And in that paradox lies a truth. Identity is not built on harmony alone, but also on how a people remember their fractures. The story of the Skinwalker, as it settles into the bones of memory, does not move unchallenged. For every tale whispered by firelight, there are voices, sometimes Navajo, sometimes outsiders, who resist, reshape, or outright deny the legend. Counter-stories form a parallel current, a steady undertow tugging against the tide of fear. Travelers write of what they hear and see. In 1889, a missionary near Fort Wingate records in his journal that these so-called witches are but scapegoats for the ignorance of the people. He notes the famine, the epidemics, the government stock reductions, but dismisses the Skinwalker tales as a distraction from the true work of civilization. His words are meant for readers back east, meant to prove his own rationality. Yet in doing so, he reveals the depth of what he refuses to understand, that witchcraft is not ignorance, but a language of grief, envy, and survival. Some Navajo voices also resist, though in subtler tones. A few elders insist that talk of witches draws them closer, that every retelling sharpens their teeth. Better to stay silent, they argue, to starve the story of breath. Others claim that witches are merely metaphors. When someone hoards wealth while others starve, that is the true witchcraft. When envy gnaws at kinship, that is the real curse. These counter-interpretations soften the edges, reframing the Skinwalker as symbol rather than literal threat. The young man who once spoke reason finds his place in this current. Years later, his words are recalled by children now grown. The army's documents, the trader's scales, those are the shadows that twist us, not coyotes running on two legs. At the time, his arguments earned little trust. But memory, kind as it is to the stubborn, reshapes him as an early skeptic, one who saw through the fog of fear. Even among neighboring tribes, contradictions appear. Some Hopi stories describe witches who borrow animal forms, but they frame them differently, less as monsters, more as cautionary examples of imbalance. Apache accounts warn against sorcery too, but stress its temporary nature, undone by courage and song. These parallels challenge the Navajo narrative, suggesting that the Skinwalker might not be a fixed figure, but one interpretation among many of a larger human fear. Scholars in the early 20th century, looking back on the 19th, debate endlessly. Some declare skinwalkers a psychological projection, the product of stress under colonial disruption. Others cling to the literal, collecting reports of strange cries, glowing eyes, inexplicable illnesses. Many people still think that the skinwalker represents only superstition carried too far. So what do you think? Is it mere folklore? Or is folklore itself the truest record of how people endure upheaval? These counter-stories do not erase the legend. Rather, they frame it, push against it, force it to defend itself. In this tension, the skinwalker becomes more than witch or neighbor. It becomes a contested symbol, sharpened by debate, strengthened by resistance. The woman, older now, listens to both sides. She has lived with suspicion at her door, with ash trembling on her threshold, with prints circling her hogan. She knows what it is to fear, yet she also knows what it is to endure. When asked by children whether skinwalkers are real, she answers neither yes nor no. She says, "They are real enough to keep you from envy, real enough to remind you to guard your tongue, real enough to show you what happens when kinship fails." For her, that is truth enough. The desert, impartial, records all stories alike. Coyotes laugh regardless of whether they are accused of carrying witches' voices. The wind carries both fear and doubt with equal patience. The tracks that appear at dawn fade by noon, no matter who left them. The land itself seems to remind the people that belief and skepticism walk side by side, each leaving prints the other cannot fully erase. Years pass. The shadow of the skinwalker does not vanish, but it changes shape. By the turn of the century, new forces press against the old stories. Boarding schools, mission churches, trading posts, and the long arm of the federal government. Yet even under these pressures, the figure of the witch does not die. It adapts, slipping into the cracks where silence reigns. In families, quiet customs persist. Children are warned never to whistle after dark, lest it draw unwanted visitors. Ash is still scattered at thresholds, even if the act is disguised as sweeping. At night, elders pause before extinguishing a fire, making sure no ember burns alone. These habits are small, nearly invisible to outsiders, but they keep the fear alive in daily rhythms. Meanwhile, stories evolve. Skinwalkers are no longer spoken of only as neighbors in animal skins. Now they are said to ride with horses along railroad tracks, to lurk near new schools, to follow wagons of wool bound for gallop. Change itself becomes evidence of their reach. If children return from boarding school unable to speak their mother tongue, some mutter that witches stripped the words away in the night. If a trader cheats at the scale, suspicion whispers that he bargains with skinwalkers for power. Missionaries, too, find themselves entangled. They preach against witchcraft, calling it devil's work, yet in doing so, they only confirm for many that witches are real. The sermons sharpen fear instead of dulling it. Outsiders write letters home, describing the persistence of superstition. but they cannot see that their very presence fuels it. Each contradiction, between prayers in English and songs in Diné, between law of Washington and law of the people, creates more space for shadows to breed. Even the young adopt fragments of belief. Children dare one another to walk alone past the canyon said to hold the exile's spirit. Adolescents whistle at night just to prove courage, then run laughing when a coyote answers. Fear becomes a form of play, a test of bravery, a way of binding generations together through shared risk. Historical notes from the early 1900s record several witch trials among the Navajo, even under the eye of federal agents. One case tells of a man accused after livestock were found mutilated in ways too strange for wolves. Another records a woman suspected when her neighbors fell ill with no clear cause. The government dismissed these as murders or feuds, but within the community they were spoken of as necessary purges, echoes of the trial and exile of 1878. The Skinwalker remained not just a tale, but a force that could justify action. Yet amid the fear, seeds of reinterpretation grow. Some voices begin to argue that Skinwalker stories are less about literal witches and more about the dangers of imbalance, greed, envy, betrayal. Younger men who have seen cities return saying, "There are no witches there, yet people still fall sick and quarrel." Perhaps witches are only the name we give to what breaks us from within. These words do not erase the legend, but they shift it, turning it into a mirror more than a monster. The woman, older now, no longer lives under suspicion. Time has turned her from accused to respected, her endurance proof of innocence. She tells children stories at night, careful to mix caution with humor. She teaches them to notice the sound of coyotes not as proof of witches, but as reminder of the desert's watchfulness. She has learned that fear alone corrodes, but a story told well can both warn and heal. Still, unease never fully leaves. The community carries it like a scar that aches in cold weather. When misfortune strikes, a drought, a sudden death, a failed crop, the first whispers always lean toward witchcraft. Modernity cannot erase that reflex. The Skinwalker remains, not in every shadow, but in the mind that interprets shadows. And so, the tradition persists, alive in customs, in warnings, in half-believed tales told at dusk. Neither wholly literal nor wholly abandoned, the Skinwalker hovers in the in-between, where memory and fear mingle. Outsiders may laugh, skeptics may deny, but among the Diné the figure endures, adapted, reshaped, yet always present, the voice at the edge of firelight that asks, "Who among us carries the shadow tonight?" The reckoning comes not with one event, but as a crescendo of tensions. By the late 1910s, decades after the exile of the Slow Man, Skinwalker fears collide openly with outside authority. The federal police, badges pinned by Washington, guns holstered in imported leather, begin to intervene in disputes that once belonged to elders alone. When witchcraft accusations rise, they insist such matters are nonsense, demanding trials be held in U.S. courts or not at all. But in hogans across the desert, the people still gather in circles of firelight, still tell stories of shadows stretched too long, still argue whether exile or execution is the only cure. The clash becomes unavoidable when sickness sweeps through again, this time influenza in 1918, the same epidemic that strikes the world. Graves fill quickly, sometimes dug by the same hands that will soon be buried. Amid grief, suspicion sharpens. Families whisper that the disease spreads too cunningly, skipping one hogan, but consuming another, as if guided by malicious choice. And who but witches could steer sickness like that? One night near Fort Defiance, a gathering forms around a suspected witch. He is accused of keeping a hidden pouch of bones and ash, of making animals sick, of calling voices in the dark. Neighbors press forward, demanding judgment, but word spreads, and federal police arrive before the elders can pass sentence. The officers insist on arrest, not ritual. They drag the man away, declaring him to be tried under U.S. law for disturbing the peace. The community watches in silence, anger simmering beneath their shawls. To them, justice has been stolen, the balance left unsettled. That winter, the sickness grows worse. People mutter that the man's removal left the curse unbroken. They say witches laugh at the authority of Washington, slipping through its laws like wind through canyon cracks. Fear spikes into frenzy. Several more are accused, neighbors, cousins, even respected singers. Vigilante groups form, some carrying staffs, others carrying guns. Elders caution restraint, but restraint has little purchase when graves multiply. Historical records note that in 1921, a Navajo witch purge left multiple dead. White newspapers sensationalized it, calling it savagery, but from within the community, it was seen as desperation, an attempt to claw back control from forces both natural and colonial. To accuse a witch was to name a cause, to fight back against helplessness. It was brutal, yes, but also an assertion of agency in a world where agency was being stripped away. The woman, now an elder herself, hair silvered, voice steady, watches this unfold with sorrow. She remembers the slow man's exile, the sicknesses, the years of suspicion. She knows that every purge leaves a scar, carving away not only the accused, but also the trust between those who remain. Still, she does not deny the presence of witches. To her, the Skinwalker is both real and symbolic, a neighbor who might indeed walk in animal form, and also the envy and grief that wrought kinship from within. Both truths coexist, neither canceling the other. During one tense night, as accusations circle yet again, she speaks in counsel. When we cut down kin in anger, we do the witch's work for them. Balance cannot be restored by spilling more blood into the sand. Remember the old songs. They are meant to heal, not to wound. Some listen, some scoff. Her words hold power, but frenzy has momentum. This confrontation between community and outside law, between tradition and modernity, becomes the second great summit in the Skinwalker story. The first summit was the exile of 1878, when fear consumed one man. The second is here, in the early 20th century, when fear collides with new authority and spreads to consume entire groups. The aftermath is fractured. Some turn further inward, guarding stories more tightly, speaking them only in trusted circles. Others adopt skepticism, parroting the missionaries and officials, dismissing skinwalkers as relics of the past. Most live in between, half believing, half doubting, yet never fully able to banish the shadow from their minds. The Skinwalker, once a hidden figure at the edge of firelight, is now also a symbol of resistance against intrusion, a mirror of grief, a scapegoat for change. It is many things at once, and that multiplicity ensures its survival. The coyotes howl again at dusk. Some hear witches mocking, others hear only animals hunting, but all hear the echo of community torn between two authorities, two explanations, two worlds. By the 1930s, the desert has changed, though the bones of old fear remain buried beneath every dune. Roads stretch farther into Navajo lands. Trucks rattle past sheep trails, and radios bring voices from faraway cities into hogans, where once only the fire spoke. But progress does not erase shadows. It only casts them in new directions. Government projects arrive. Stock reductions mandated by agents in 1933 and 1934 cut flocks in half, sometimes more. Sheep, the center of economy and ritual, vanish in forced slaughters. Elders weep as corrals stand empty. Families feel their lifelines severed. In the silence that follows, anger searches for a name. Once again, witches provide one. Who but skinwalkers could turn the agent's hand so cruelly? Who but witches could hunger for our herds to be destroyed? Fear returns, dressed in new clothes. Now skinwalkers are said to ride in trucks at night, their eyes flashing like headlights on canyon walls. Others claim they can follow radio signals, twisting songs into curses. The legend adapts, keeping pace with the modern world. Within the community, suspicion grows. When one family loses fewer sheep to government culling, neighbors murmur, perhaps they bargain with witches for protection. When a man prospers by selling jewelry to tourists, whispers accuse him of feeding his wealth with sorcery. Prosperity itself becomes dangerous, for envy sharpens quickly into accusation. Yet not all voices feed the fire. Some point to politics, to Washington's policies, to the blunt hand of colonial management. Younger men returning from work in railroads or mines say openly, "It is not witches, it is the government. It is not skinwalkers who kill sheep, it is officials with clipboards." Their words spark arguments. Elders shake their heads. Explanations that lack spirit feel too thin, too cold. Still, the counterstories gain ground. Skepticism grows among those who see the world changing, who learn to read newspapers, who travel to cities. They begin to frame skinwalker tales as metaphors for jealousy and imbalance. The witch is not in the canyon, they say. The witch is envy between neighbors. The witch is fear itself. But for others, lived experience resists metaphor. Strange cries still echo at night. Animals still vanish without trace. Shadows still stretch too long in firelight. For those who hear and see such things, no modern reasoning can banish the chill. The woman, now very old, her voice roughened but steady, sits near her doorway one evening, watching children chase each other in dust. They laugh, pretending to be skinwalkers, running on all fours until they collapse giggling. She smiles faintly, remembering when such play would have been unthinkable. The legend has shifted, still feared, but also woven into games, into jokes, into the fabric of identity itself. At night, she gathers those same children and tells them older stories. She does not say witches are gone. Instead, she says, "They are real enough to remind you not to envy. They are real enough to keep you from speaking carelessly. They are real enough to teach you that balance must be guarded every day." For her, the skinwalker is not only monster, but lesson. Historical records from this era note fewer public witch purges but more private suspicions. Anthropologists visiting in the 1930s remark that belief is waning, yet at the same time they collect dozens of detailed stories, rich with description. Belief had not vanished. It had simply learned to live in quieter spaces, out of reach of outsiders' judgment. The coyotes still howl at dusk, their voices bending across valleys. To some, they sound like echoes of federal orders, laughter at livestock lost. To others, they remain proof that skinwalkers still walk, mocking human attempts at control. To the children, they are simply part of the night's music, frightening yet thrilling. Thus, as the modern world tightens its grip, the Skinwalker legend endures, not despite change, but because of it. Each upheaval, each loss, each forced adaptation gives the story new fuel. Fear survives by evolving. Memory hardens into identity. And the figure of the witch remains at the edge of firelight, asking still. When kinship falters, when envy rises, when the world presses too hard, who among us will wear the shadow next? By the 1940s, the desert hums with new sounds. Army convoys grinding over dirt tracks, aircraft streaking across open sky, radios carrying news of a world at war. Young Navajo men leave to serve as code talkers, carrying their language into battlefields oceans away. When they return, they bring not only medals, but also stories of trenches, of foreign lands, of secrets guarded by words older than the United States itself. Pride runs strong, but shadows remain. Amid these changes, suspicion does not vanish. It mutates. Families whisper that witches envy those who return decorated, that skinwalkers stalk the veterans who carry more honor than most. When a code talker falls ill suddenly, neighbors ask whether someone jealous twisted his luck. At the same time, outsiders visiting the reservation, missionaries, tourists, scholars, write about skinwalkers with fascination, branding them as curiosities, campfire tales, Indian werewolves. The people hear these retellings and grow more guarded. They share less, not wanting sacred fear turned into spectacle. But inside the Hogans, the stories live on. The children of this era hear the old rules repeated. Never whistle at night. Never leave your hair clippings where someone might take them. Never walk alone when the coyotes cry in chorus. They also hear new ones. Never trust the headlights that follow too perfectly down an empty road. Never accept food left at your doorstep without knowing who set it there. The Skinwalker adapts to modern landscapes, no longer only a figure of canyon and Hogan, but now a shadow on highways, a passenger unseen in a truck's rear window. The political world feeds the legend's survival. The federal government continues to cut herds, enforce school attendance, and police ceremonies. Every act of intrusion creates resentment, and resentment seeks form. The Skinwalker provides it. When a sheep dies for no reason, people mutter, "It is not hunger, it is witchcraft." When a child returns from boarding school unwilling to speak Dine Bizad, some say, "A witch stripped the words from his tongue." Fear becomes the explanation for pain that has no clear remedy. Yet there are also voices of reinterpretation. Veterans, having seen the machinery of modern war, return skeptical of old fears. One code talker tells children, "I fought men who rained fire from the sky. If witches are real, they are no stronger than airplanes. Fear them less than you fear forgetting who you are." His words ripple, but they do not erase the legend. For many, skinwalkers remain more immediate than distant wars. The woman who once laid her pelt beneath stones has passed, her hogan left empty, the doorway half collapsed, but her memory lingers as parable. Elders recall her endurance, how she bore suspicion without breaking, how she reminded children that witches are real enough to guard against envy. Her story becomes folded into the greater lattice, part of the Skinwalker legacy, part caution, part resilience. The young man, once accused of walking too close to army ways, is now older, his hair streaked with gray. He has lived long enough to see outsiders misname his people, to see kin fight among themselves, to see the old stories adapt. He tells the younger generation that fear of witches can bind or break a people. It is the same knife. Used rightly, it cuts away envy. Used wrongly, it cuts our own ties of kinship. His words echo the struggle of the times. Fear as both shield and blade. By mid-century, tourism grows. Trading posts sell Navajo witch stories alongside rugs and silver. Outsiders crave the thrill of the Skinwalker tale, never realizing how deeply it wounds. The people respond by tightening the circle. They share less with strangers, teaching their children to guard their stories, to keep sacred fear within kinship walls. The Skinwalker thus becomes both more secret and more powerful, spoken of only where trust is thick, and still the coyotes cry at dusk. Their laughter folds into the roar of trucks and the static of radios, yet it carries the same chill. Children fall silent to listen. Parents glance at each other, remembering old footprints, old trials, old exiles. Outsiders may call them myths. But among the Diné, the Skinwalker remains, real enough to shape memory, real enough to shadow identity, real enough to remind them that fear, like envy, walks always just beyond the firelight. This is the rhythm of the mid-20th century. War and pride, policy and pressure, stories both hidden and spoken. The Skinwalker legend does not fade. It becomes heritage and boundary at once, something to fear, something to teach, something to guard against outsiders' hunger for spectacle. In every change, the shadow adapts, and so the desert holds its breath. Balance trembles. The people continue to walk the narrow path between vigilance and paranoia, between memory and accusation, between fear as poison and fear as protection. By the 1950s and 1960s, the rhythm of Navajo life moves to the uneasy beat of modernity. Highways slice deeper into the land, trucks bring goods and strangers, and uranium mines carve scars into mesas long held sacred. Yet while machines and markets change the surface, the old stories move quietly beneath, shaping how people interpret each fracture of daily life. Children still hear the warnings whispered at dusk. Do not wander when coyotes cry in chorus. Do not leave your footprints unguarded. Do not speak your envy aloud. Parents reinforce them gently, layering caution over routine. But now these teachings carry new examples. When a man returns sick from working in the uranium pits, coughing dust from his lungs, neighbors murmur that witches must have sent poison into him. When a car crashes inexplicably on a lonely highway, whispers spread that skinwalkers run before the wheels, unseen but laughing. The federal government tightens assimilation policies, pushing boarding schools harder, preaching Christianity louder. Ministers denounce skinwalker tales as pagan superstition, but their very denials carve the stories deeper. The young hear preachers dismiss witches by day, and then listen to their grandparents recount them by night. This tension breeds a new kind of belief, half doubted, half certain, but never forgotten. Anthropologists record accounts during these years, often from young men who hesitate to speak but cannot deny what they have seen. One describes a neighbor's sheep corral broken in silence, animals scattered without tracks leading in or out. Another insists he once followed coyote prints at dawn only to watch them turn, step by step, into moccasin marks. Scholars publish these as folklore, but for the tellers, the stories are lived experience, unexplainable, undeniable, not easily dismissed as mere metaphor. Meanwhile, suspicion adapts to new economic realities. Prosperity draws envy. A family whose rugs sell well at trading posts may find whispers circling. Their patterns are too perfect. Witches must guide their hands. A rancher with a healthy herd in drought years becomes suspect. How else could he prosper when grass is gone? Success itself becomes precarious, for every advantage risks being labeled unnatural, yet resilience persists alongside suspicion. Elders remind the young that stories of skinwalkers are not meant only to frighten, but to caution against imbalance. They speak of envy as the truest witchcraft, urging children to guard their hearts as carefully as their doors. In this way, fear evolves into moral teaching, a way of disciplining the dangerous emotions stirred by poverty and rapid change. The woman who once bore suspicion is gone, her memory now a parable. Children are told of how she lived with prints at her threshold, yet endured without collapsing. Her endurance becomes proof that witches may stalk, but resilience resists. The young man, now an elder himself, repeats this story with reverence. His hair has turned white, his voice low, but his words are steady. Balance is stronger than fear if we remember it. The wider world discovers the skinwalker anew. Journalists write sensational articles, tourists seek stories, and books present Navajo witchcraft as exotic thrill. Outsiders hunger for spectacle. Among the people, this fuels withdrawal. Stories are told less to strangers, more tightly held within families. Outsiders hear only fragments. The deeper truths remain guarded. In this secrecy, the legend strengthens, becoming both shield and boundary. And still the coyotes call at dusk, their voices threading through the static of radios and the hum of highway traffic. Children stop their games to listen. Parents glance into the dark. Elders shake their heads knowingly. Outsiders may hear only animals. But within the circle of trust, the old question remains. Is it only coyote, or is it neighbor walking on all fours? Thus, the skinwalker endures into the mid-century, not diminished by modernity, but reshaped by it. Every policy, every mine, every truck that rattles across the desert gives the legend new context. The skinwalker becomes a way to interpret change itself, the unseen hand twisting balance, the shadow that follows progress, the laughter at the edge of every firelight circle. By the 1970s and 1980s, the skinwalker legend has seeped fully into both private memory and public shadow. The world of the DNA is shifting under new pressures: urban relocation programs, wage labor in distant cities, uranium boom and bust, and the arrival of television sets that flicker with images from far beyond the mesas. Yet even as neon light and transistor radios hum through hogans, old fears remain, reshaped for modern landscapes. Families tell stories now of skinwalkers driving cars without headlights, seen racing silently down desert roads at impossible speeds. Others claim witches ride in the beds of pickup trucks, their eyes glowing red in rearview mirrors. Teenagers whisper that skinwalkers follow school buses, waiting for dark stretches between towns. The older shape, the coyote at the threshold, still lingers, but it is joined now by figures clothed in steel and rubber, keeping pace with the era's machines. Suspicion adjusts, too. Those who leave for city jobs, returning with money and radios, sometimes draw side glances. How did they earn so much so fast? Did someone guide their hand? Jealousy becomes dressed as accusation, as it has always been. Witchcraft provides a language to explain imbalance, why one thrives while another stumbles, why fortune seems uneven in a community meant for kinship. Meanwhile, anthropologists and thrill seekers arrive in greater numbers, hungry for authentic stories. Books circulate outside the reservation, painting skinwalkers as horror fodder. The Dene respond with caution. Stories are tightened, guarded more closely, shared only with those bound by kinship. Outsiders hear fragments, often distorted. Within families, however, the stories continue, their edges sharpened by secrecy. Fear feeds on silence as much as on speech. Elders speak of the balance of Hoju, warning that envy is the truest witchcraft. They tell children, guard your heart, or it will be the skinwalker's door. Such counsel blends the old with the new, turning the legend into moral compass as much as monster. But not all heed it. Some youths treat the skinwalker as thrill, daring one another to whistle at night, to walk roads where coyotes cry, to flash headlights off on lonely stretches. Their laughter masks their unease, proving the legend's grip remains strong even in play. Historical records show that witchcraft accusations never vanish, even in these decades of televisions and highways. In 1979, a case reached tribal courts involving threats of sorcery between families, spilling from private fear into public law. Judges struggled, caught between respecting tradition and applying codes modeled on U.S. justice. The case was dismissed, yet within the community, suspicion lingered. Law may close a file, but memory does not. The desert itself records these years differently. Abandoned uranium pits glow faintly under moonlight, water poisoned, sheep falling ill. To some, this is the fault of outsiders and mining companies. To others, it is proof that witches have grown more powerful, learning to bend new poisons into their craft. Once again, reality and legend intertwine, each explaining the other. The older man, once the young soldier who argued for reason, sits now with grandchildren around his fire. His voice is cracked, but his eyes remain sharp. He tells them, "Do not laugh at these stories, but do not let them own you either. The witch is not only in the canyon, it is in envy, in greed, in forgetting who you are. His words do not banish fear, but they carve space for balance amid it. At night, the coyotes still howl. Their voices carry past neon signs and pickup trucks, past radios humming static, past courts and codes. Children pause in their games, just as their parents once did. Outsiders dismiss it as animal sound. Insiders wonder, is it only coyote, or does someone wear its skin tonight? The Skinwalker legend endures, now layered with engines and electricity, yet still breathing with the same pulse. It is not undone by modernity. It is amplified by it, reshaped to explain the very disruptions that outsiders bring. The laughter at the edge of firelight remains, even when the fire burns blue from a television screen. The 1990s bring a new kind of unease, one born not only of old suspicion, but of the growing intrusion of outsiders who hunger for the Skinwalker story. The desert, once echoing only with coyotes and wind, now hums with tourist jeeps and whispered rumors of ranches haunted by witchcraft. The people feel their private fear being lifted, twisted, and sold back to them in tabloids, novels, and late-night radio programs. Yet, inside the circle of kinship, the stories do not vanish. They adapt. Families still warn children never to whistle at night. Mothers still sweep ash lines across thresholds, though now they may do it behind doors with television static flickering. Grandfathers still remind young men not to boast of sudden wealth or good fortune, for envy sharpens tongues, and tongues call witches. Suspicion continues its work, shaping relationships quietly. A prosperous family who leases grazing land to outsiders may find whispers circling their name. How did they gain so much trust so quickly? A medicine man whose ceremonies draw larger crowds than others may be envied into accusations of secret witchcraft. Even in modern times, with schools and wage jobs, the old patterns hold. Fear, like shadow, lengthens wherever light is cast. At the same time, the Skinwalker becomes entangled with broader culture. Outsiders publish accounts of mysteries on ranches in northeastern Arizona and southern Utah, reports of mutilated cattle, glowing eyes, unexplainable tracks. Radio shows beam these tales across the nation, branding them as proof of the supernatural. For the Dene, this feels like trespass. Witches are not spectacle. They are lived danger, to be spoken of carefully. To hear their fear sensationalized by strangers deepens distrust of outsiders. Yet younger generations, curious and restless, listen to those same programs. They compare what is said on the radio with what their grandparents whisper by firelight. The tension grows between secrecy and exposure, between reverence and curiosity, between guarding stories and watching them slip into the hands of others. Within the community, this is also the era of new councils and tribal government asserting more authority. Leaders caution against witch hunts, warning that accusations divide and weaken. But even official statements cannot erase reflex. When a rash of illnesses strikes a school dormitory, whispers flare that a witch walks among the students. When cars crash repeatedly along the same stretch of road, some say skinwalkers haunt that place. Officials cite statistics and safety hazards. Families nod politely, then whisper otherwise when they return home. For those who live through these decades, the Skinwalker is no longer just a figure of fear. It is also a boundary marker. To speak of witches is to affirm belonging to the people. To deny them too loudly is to risk sounding like an outsider, even if one is born in the desert's heart. Thus, belief itself becomes identity. Whether literal or symbolic, it binds those who share it. Elders tell children, "You may hear outsiders laugh at these stories, or sell them, or twist them. But remember, skinwalkers are not theirs to tell. They are ours to guard, ours to interpret, ours to remember." In this way, the legend becomes not only caution, but defiance, a quiet shield against cultural erosion. And still, at dusk, the coyotes howl. Their voices curl through static on the radio, through headlights sweeping empty roads, through the hum of new engines and new fears. Outsiders call it folklore. Insiders call it memory. Children, wide-eyed, call it proof. The desert holds both truths, and in the balance between them, the Skinwalker walks, unseen, unnamed, yet never absent. By the early 2000s, the Skinwalker legend has become a paradox. At once fiercely guarded within the Dene and wildly exploited beyond their lands. News articles, documentaries, and paranormal thrill-seekers fixate on ranches in Utah and Arizona, rebranding old fears as modern mysteries. To the world outside, the Skinwalker becomes an exotic headline. To the people, it remains something deeper, something too dangerous to toy with. Within the community, elders grow wary of the attention. They caution the young, "Do not give away your stories for outsiders' amusement." Words are power, and once loosed, they cannot be reclaimed. Yet secrecy collides with curiosity. Younger generations, raised with internet and satellite TV, cannot help but hear the outsiders' retellings. They compare them with what their grandparents whisper, searching for threads of truth. In this tension, the Skinwalker becomes a contested symbol. Heritage and spectacle, warning and entertainment, all at once. Tourism brings money, but also intrusion. Jeep tours circle sacred sites, guides hired to thrill visitors with tales of witches running on all fours. Some Diné refuse to participate, saying such stories are not for sale. Others, pressed by poverty, share fragments, careful to keep the most sacred details hidden. The Skinwalker thus becomes a commodity in the eyes of outsiders, while among the people, it hardens into a cultural boundary. To know the truth is to belong. At the same time, skepticism grows louder. Tribal courts, schools, and churches frame witchcraft accusations as destructive, reminding families of past purges that tore communities apart. Leaders urge focus on tangible struggles, jobs, healthcare, education, rather than shadows at the edge of firelight. And yet, the reflex remains. When misfortune strikes without explanation, an illness, a fire, a sudden death, the first whisper is still often of witchcraft. Logic and law may push back, but fear does not bend easily. In these years, Skinwalker stories adapt to modern fears. Now they are said to travel through electrical lines, to follow headlights invisibly, to twist voices over cell phones. Parents warn children not to share too much online, half in jest, half in fear that witches could ride digital signals as easily as coyote tracks. The old caution that envy opens the door still holds. Only the door has shifted from Hogan thresholds to computer screens. Outsiders publish book after book, building a mythology that bears little resemblance to Navajo truth. Some describe skinwalkers as alien, others as cryptids, others as demonic shapeshifters. Each version sells, each version circulates. Within the reservation, frustration simmers. Elders remind their people, let them believe what they want. Their stories are not ours. Our truth is not theirs to carry. This is the pre-final turn of the legend, a moment where heritage collides with appropriation, where secrecy becomes both shield and burden. The Skinwalker, once whispered only in fear, is now shouted across tabloids and broadcast in documentaries. Yet for the people, it is still something lived, something not to be spoken of lightly. The paradox sharpens identity. What is ours versus what is stolen? What is sacred versus what is sold? The coyotes still howl, though now their voices mingle with the drone of distant highways and the crackle of cell towers. Children pause at the sound, just as their ancestors did. Outsiders hear only desert noise. Insiders hear continuity, a reminder that shadows still walk, no matter how many lights modernity sets against the dark. Thus, on the edge of the 21st century, the Skinwalker remains, feared, doubted, sensationalized, misrepresented, but never erased. The story bends but does not break, carrying with it the weight of generations, the memory of trials, and the boundary between what is said for outsiders and what is whispered only among kin. The 21st century dawns with satellites orbiting above the mesas, cell phones glowing in hands, and social media weaving connections across continents. Yet in Hogan's across the Diné homeland, the Skinwalker remains part of nightly silence, part of the hush when coyotes laugh at dusk. Technology changes the world's surface. Stories carry what the world cannot erase. Now the legend lives in two forms. One belongs to the people, spoken quietly in family circles, warning children not to flaunt wealth, not to envy, not to leave clippings or footprints unguarded. This version is heritage, bound with the rhythm of ceremony, remembered as moral compass. The other belongs to outsiders, television shows, paranormal websites, podcasts that spin the Skinwalker into spectacle. Between the two forms lies a wound, memory turned commodity, secrecy pressed into rumor. Among the Diné, secrecy grows stronger in response. Elders teach that to speak lightly of skinwalkers is to feed them. When outsiders demand stories, many answer with silence or with fragments too vague to wound. In this way, the skinwalker becomes a boundary. To know the deeper truth is to belong to the people, to be trusted with fear as well as with kinship. Yet even here, reinterpretation continues. Younger voices remind their kin that witches are not always literal, that envy itself is the true danger. Some say a skinwalker does not always wear fur. Sometimes it wears greed, sometimes bitterness, sometimes forgetting who you are. These words do not undo the legend. They renew it, aligning it with present struggles. Poverty, addiction, fractured families, these become framed as forms of imbalance, shadows that walk within the community as surely as coyotes in the night. Outsiders may laugh or twist the tale, but inside the circle, the skinwalker remains layered. Literal threat for some, symbolic truth for others, both coexisting without canceling each other. Fear continues its work, shaping caution, guarding boundaries, teaching humility, and still, each dusk, coyotes raise their voices. The laughter carries through the glow of streetlights, past the hum of power lines, into the memory of the people. Children pause in their games, parents glance toward the horizon, and elders murmur prayers older than the nation that surrounds them. Outsiders hear animals, insiders hear continuity, the same echo their ancestors feared, endured, and survived. The skinwalker, witch of shadow and envy, remains at the edge of firelight, not only as monster, but as mirror, showing what envy can destroy, what imbalance can unleash, and what memory must guard. The skinwalker story endures because it is never only one thing. It is fear of the neighbor whose shadow wavers in firelight. It is grief given voice during epidemics, famine, and forced removals. It is envy named aloud when one family prospers while another starves. And it is also a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even suspicion, when remembered, can be reshaped into caution and wisdom. What we call monsters are often mirrors. In the skinwalker, the Diné see the cost of envy, the fragility of kinship, the danger of imbalance. Outsiders mistake it for a tale of shapeshifters and horror. Insiders know it as something closer to a diagnosis, a way of naming what breaks harmony, what corrodes the delicate weave of community. Over time, the skinwalker has become heritage as much as fear. It warns children to guard their hearts, not only their thresholds. It teaches that wealth without generosity breeds suspicion, that grief without balance breeds frenzy. It reminds the people that harmony, hoju, is not a given, but a daily labor. Today, coyotes still howl on the desert's edge. Radios crackle, cell towers hum, highways stretch. But the old sound still carries. The question lingers. Are they only animals or something more? The answer may not matter. What matters is that the question itself endures, shaping vigilance, binding memory. The Skinwalker legend teaches that fear cannot be erased. It can only be guided. Left unchecked, it fractures kinship. Transformed, it becomes identity, a lesson, a guardrail. So perhaps the real truth is not whether skinwalkers walk, but what the story makes us ask of ourselves. What shadows do we carry? What envy must we master? And how do we keep balance when the desert laughs at the edge of firelight?